Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hola, hola a todo el mundo. Hello, everybody.
Hola, hola. Bienvenidos a nuestro 9º maratón, ya nuestra 9na edición. Gracias por estar acompañándonos y bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Bienvenida Noé, bienvenida Laura. ¿Cómo están?
Hola, hello everyone. Welcome to this marathon number 9. We're very happy to be here with you today.
9, no puedo creer. Y después de este hay mucho más. Vamos a hacer congresos, la universidad online no se va a acabar aquí. Así que gracias a todos que estaban en el maratón 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 y 9. Y
This is our last marathon, so thank you for everyone for being here with all the marathons from number 1 to number 9. After this, we will have congresses and many things more. So thank you for being here.
Y gracias a Laura por la traducción y siempre por su apoyo. Laura es de Colombia y tiene una escuela maravillosa en Bogotá.
Yes, thank you for your trust.
Bueno, y les recuerdo que estamos en Facebook y estamos en YouTube, así es que por favor suscríbanse, por favor denle like, manden comentarios, es muy importante saber de dónde nos acompañas y también postea a quienes pienses que le puede servir estas herramientas que pues con tanto amor compartimos.
So remember that we are in Facebook and YouTube and that you can share these videos for somebody that you think might like or just find it very useful. And just write your comments and say, where are you from?
Sí, es muy importante para nosotros saber en dónde estamos teniendo cobertura para ver si algún día nos vamos por allá a dar algún taller.
It's very important for us to know where are you writing from, because who knows, we might be there someday just to give you a workshop or something else.
Así es, y bueno, también es importante que comentes si ya has puesto alguno de, pues de estas herramientas en práctica, si a qué te dedicas, cómo es que te ha servido, si tienes alguna pregunta o duda, bueno, pues nos puedes escribir y puedes también visitar las páginas de P3000, 4000, 5000. Así es que en español tenemos esta página que es www.p3000.info, donde encontrarás herramientas, información, fechas de cursos, invitaciones y mucho material disponible.
So on your comments, you can write down if you've used any of the tools that we are talking about. And also you can visit our website. It's just under here is p3000.info. ¿Esta está en español y en inglés?
Sí, y en inglés, ya la pongo ahorita mismo.
That one was for Spanish.
Sí, y en inglés es esta,
This is the one for Spanish. For English, sorry.
Sí,
Education3000.info.
Perfecto.
Así es. Entonces te invitamos a que te suscribas y compartas en tus redes sociales.
So we invite you to join us and subscribe. And also just follow us in our social media.
Y bueno, pues empezamos con nuestros comentarios de Patricia Tabormina. I am from France. Nice to meet you.
Bonjour, bonsoir.
Patricia nos saluda de Francia. Dice, mucho gusto en conocerlos también.
Y bueno, dice Ian Kakak, thank you a lot for your wonderful methods to educate the students and understanding the best values of education from Noemi Paimal in Pedagogy 3000, greeting from Turkey.
Wow, Ilan nos está escribiendo, dice, muchas gracias por esos métodos tan maravillosos para educar a los estudiantes y para entender mejor los valores de educación. Desde Noemi y Pedagogía 3000. Muchos saludos desde Turquía.
Y bueno, saludos y buen día desde Costa Rica. Desde luego serán muy bien recibidas. Bendiciones y gracias.
Saying greetings and have a good day from Costa Rica. So all of this is very well received. Blessings and thank you from Manuel Ledesma.
Y
And
Javier,
to Ilan, I want to tell him we will start with him in 10 minutes. So Ilan, stay with us, please. I want to say thank you in Turco. I
Sí, acabamos de tener un comentario de Ilan. Entonces, Ilan, por favor, que no se vaya, porque ahorita lo vamos a ver. Y Noemí quiere saber cómo decir gracias en turco.
Y bueno, también tenemos saludos desde Chile de Javiera Carrera.
Greetings from Chile, from Javiera Carrera.
Bueno, pues empezamos con un domingo, ahora sí que maratónico y muy compartido. Gracias por sus comentarios. De verdad que todos hacemos el Maratón Cuántico de Educación 4,000, bueno, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000.
So we are all here on this Sunday and very happy to have you all here. We all make part of this marathon and this education 3,000, 4,000, 5,000.
Hoy estamos con Cari de México, Laura de Colombia, decía en español, I will translate, from Bogotá, and me de Education 3,000.
So today we are with Karina from Mexico, myself from Colombia, and Noemi from Education 3,000. From everywhere, I would say. De todas partes, diría yo.
Del mundo.
Hoy tenemos muchos países, como siempre, vamos a ir de África a la India, a Turquía, y mucho de Inglaterra, Costa Rica, sí, el último es Costa Rica que se quede, y sí, es maravilloso, la verdad que gracias.
So today we will be going to many countries. So there is Turkey, there is Costa Rica at the end, and we also have Africa. Well, it's going to be very, very important and interesting interviews today. So thank you.
Y tengan a la mano, acuérdense, su agüita para que nos llegue esa información, claro, y cuaderno, lápiz, bueno.
Yeah, prepare yourself with water and something to write down all the notes, because there is a lot of good information for you.
Y nos pueden
get ready.
Tengo siempre con colores, para poner muchos colores en el cuaderno también. Eso es un truco. La memoria se activa con colores.
Okay. La calidad también. Yeah, so colors are very important because memory activates when we have colors. So get them as well.
Bueno, pues entonces, ¿qué les parece si vamos a la intro de qué es P3000?
So let's go to the introduction about 3,000. What is 3,000? Key 3,000 or Education 3,000.
Así es. Vamos con nuestro primer video.
Es en inglés. Si nos traduce, es muy corto al mismo tiempo la hora.
Okay, I will translate at the same time.
Sí, y voy a bajarle entonces un poquito al volumen.
Pero la música es bonita también.
Pedagogía 3,000, la educación de mañana es hoy. Te invitamos a co-crear. La educación debe ser verdadera, cooperativa, entusiasta, divertida, multicultural, divertida, sabia, horizontal, ecológica, de afecto, y de paz. Vamos todos a co-crear una educación con conciencia y con paz. Pedagogía 3000, la educación de mañana es hoy.
Así es. Y bueno, pues gracias por estar aquí haciendo lo que nos toca hacer.
Thank you for being here, doing what we must do.
Bueno, Noé, si quiere, bueno, vamos a Turquía.
Let's go to Turkey.
Sí,
Yes.
Ayer vimos la primera parte y les dije, había tanta información con Ilan que hicimos 3 partes.
There
Hoy
was so
vamos
much
a ver
information with Ilan that we decided to make 2 parts.
3.
3 parts.
Ayer una y hoy vamos a ver Rumi y la educación.
So yesterday we watched 1 and today we will see Rumi and education.
Rumi es también conocido como Mevlana.
Is also known as
Mevlana.
Merlana.
Y después veremos lo que es la situación de los refugiados en Turquía.
And after we will see the situation with refugees in Turkey.
And we will be again with a great friend called Ilan Kuchukali. Oh, I'm sorry about my terrible pronunciation.
No.
Great teacher, historic for history teacher.
Y también vamos a verlo. Él es un profesor de historia y es un gran amigo de Noemí.
Y él hace una pedagogía maravillosa, conecta a sus alumnos, sus estudiantes con todos los países, es totalmente multicultural y de paz. Es un gran profesor, un gran modelo para nosotros.
He develops a great methodology of education. He connects students from all around the world. So is a great example for we all.
So thank you so much. I know Elaine is connected. Please, you can put comments on on your own video.
Sabemos que Ilan está aquí mirándonos, entonces puedes poner comentarios de tu propio video, de tu propia entrevista.
Bueno, y también invitar, si la gente tiene alguna duda, pues él podría contestarla.
Yes, of course. So this is really good because he is here. So if you have any questions, so he might be able to answer them right away.
Bueno, y Jenny Suárez dice saludos y bendiciones desde Houston, Texas.
Jenny says, greetings and blessings from Houston.
Así es que, bueno, pues vamos a ver ya el primer video de Turquía.
So let's go to watch the first video from Turkey.
También tiene subtítulos y bueno, pues ahí sí hay alguna palabra que no es, que salte del contexto, pues aquí Laura nos va a ayudar.
Y thank you. I think it's teşekkür ederim.
5,000. Yes, we are back in Turkey. We are with Ilan Kuchuk. Is it okay? Kuchuk. And yes. Ilan is a history teacher with a lot of experience in education. So welcome back. And
thank you very much.
Question for today was, what's very important for you with education?
Yes, education is the best key to understand the values of the daily life and the world at the same time. And we using education and using the education methods, we can understand our values and in other countries' values too at the same time. And we should discover their methods of education and the solutions of their problems, how they solve them using education and education methods. As you know, a lot of things influenced our personality. For example, national values, religion values, or geographic values, climate values, shaped our personality and shaped a lot of the countries' personality too. For example, I shape it differently when I compare my personality with an African at the same age with me. At that point, I can understand how shaped their personality during read their education methods, traditional values, and education will not finish. Everything in our world can finish. For example, in the past centuries, my granddad had horse to go everywhere. At the time, I have a car to go everywhere. Changed. Maybe in the following years, we will have a small plane to go everywhere, like a car. Maybe, but education will not finish. And at that point, we should discover the best methods to educate our children under the conditions of the changing. First, the teachers should understand them and educate our children and parents at the same time.
Dear Ilan, I know you have, this is, I mean, I'm with you completely, and I love your views. You have a great master in Turkey. I mean, you had in the past, middle time, and it's Rumi. We know in our country, we call him Rumi. Here it's Mevlana over there. Would you like to talk to us about these incredible values? Because it's really for today and tomorrow.
Yes. First, yes. I know that a lot of visitors came to Turkey, admired the Rumi and Yunus Emre and other thinkers of the Anatolia at the same time, because UNESCO declared this year, for example, Hacı Bektaş Veli, and in the past years, Mevlana Celaleddin Rumi around the world. And firstly, we should understand that those philosophers lived in the multicultural environment, and they lived in the multicultural environment, and they discovered everybody the common values of the world. For example, if you are a Turkish, or if you are a Rumi or Greek or Armenian or Russian, but you are a human. You are the same. You will live in the same geography. You will live in the same environment. You will help us in the bad conditions. You will share everything. They discovered them. Mevlana Celaleddin Rumi and other philosophers lived Anatolia in the medieval age, as you know. After, for example, during the collapsing of the Eastern Roman Empire and founding of the Ottoman Empire, they discovered the common values. And with those philosophers, the persons of the time built their culture and states easily. Sometimes they gave informations, they gave examples of them, and they solved a lot of questions using their perspectives. And in the following centuries, for example, the French philosophers influenced the world, or European philosophers. But during the medieval age, especially in the Middle East, Mevlana Celaleddin Rumi and others influenced those geographies better, as you know, and their perspectives are common perspectives, and they are still important for us. For example, when you visited the high school in Turkey, in Trabzon, in Akçabat, you saw the perspectives of the Mevlana Celaleddin Rumi. You stayed there about half an hour to read.
I could believe it was so beautiful.
Yes, but I follow it you. At the same time, you asked those questions to our students too during your activity, and they talk their perspectives to you too. And when I saw it, when I noticed it, I was happy because I understand that we should learn our children and the world our common values. And Rumi and other thinkers lived in Anatolia and around the world at the same time. Talked and suggested to all of the humanity, you are the same, you should solve the problems all together. At the same time, you can find intellectuals like Rumi around the Balkans, around Iran or Arabic countries, and the Russian culture closely. We know them. For example, in our conversation with the Russians or the Europeans, we are giving the perspectives of the Rumi, and they are at the same time they advise us you should read or for example Descartes. We read the Descartes too. We read their intellectuals. They read us too at the same time, and at the same time in the projects of education, we discovered our common values of our philosophers too at the same time. But I noticed that around Europe and around the world, they loved and admired the Rumi much. They read their perspective much, and at the end, I understand that we should value also multiculturalism for future, and Rumi discovered it and describe it in the past centuries too, for today and the future.
For today and for the future. So for people who want to know more, we are talking about Rumi, R-U-M-I, also known as Mevlana, M-E-V-L-A-N-A. And please, I would invite everybody to
okay, Rumi, yes, Mevlana is coming. He close to the God. He close to God, Mevlana.
To God?
God, Allah, God. I will write to you. I will write.
Please, and we will write down as well.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you're right. I wanted to say, yes, I was invited to a school by Ilan in Turkey, Trabzon. And at the entrance, there was a beautiful painting with Rumi and all the quotes of Rumi. And yes, I was very happy to see that inside the school. And yes, I stayed a long time.
Yes. And
so that was a story with Ilan and Rumi.
If you,
Marathon
yes, at that point, if you want, I can advise to you and all of the followers of your foundation reading the Mevlana Celaleddin Rumi's biography to understand him closely. Perfect. At that point, I can advise firstly to you to read it, and as you know, we read Rumi's quotes or perspectives, but at the same time we are following in other countries intellectuals from Spain, for example, and but at that point we couldn't enough information, and we couldn't enough perspectives of the Latin America. At the same time, we know that from history, a lot of European countries, a lot of persons from European countries immigrated there. But at the same time, we for example, for 20 years, we discovered the culture of the Indians of the North America, or the North America Indians, but we couldn't know anything, enough information. Please forgive us, we don't know enough information about Latin America and the culture of the Latin America. But from now on, we should start to read them too. And we want to know the intellectuals of those countries too at the same time. And in our lessons, we are using the Google Earth program, Google Earth satellite program. Yes, to travel the world. For example, I visited Bolivia and the Dried Lake in Bolivia and Andes Mountains in Bolivia. Using Google Earth is better than use the maps. Because the Google Earth is a reality to understand the nature of the world at the same time.
Beautiful.
But in the following years, as I told to you, I will read the intellectuals of the Latin America too.
Beautiful. Yes, let's have a lot of exchange. Us too, we want to know the whole world. We want to make sure it's one planet, one humanity. We are all the same family at the end. And
Yes.
at the end, and discover our own culture as well, both. That's beautiful. And
Yes,
thank you for sharing with us, because what you do is really building peace around the world.
Yes. Yes. Peace is the best dream of the whole of the humanity. But to bring the peace is more difficult, as you know. But step by step, we will follow the conditions of our daily lives, and every conditions we will tell to us and everybody the importance of the peace. And if we understand we are coming the same route as humanity, if we understand it, and then we can understand the importance of the peace, and we can and the reality of the peace every time we will follow us as a shadow, near shadow to us. Every time it will be. But at that point, as a teachers, we should our students the common values of the humanity. Firstly, to respect every values, to respect every religions, to respect every kind of traditional values. Firstly, we should educate our students as the main aims of the education firstly. And then, as you know, the students' character is full of peace values. But they grow up, they change sometimes, as you know. And in our schools, firstly, we should learn the values to our children. And then it is easy for us that to follow the conditions around the world, to follow the developments of education and cultural values and festivals and a lot of things. It is very easy for us to follow them. For example, sometimes, for example, last year in Russia, 5th May of Russia gained a great victory about against the Nazis. At the times, our students we wrote to them, and we celebrate the national ceremony, and they became happy. And in the 9th of the September, it was a Turkish National Day. We opened our emails. The Russians completely wrote us. Yes,
and concrete in its life.
We have to share our happiness. We have to share our pains. We have to share everything. If we do that, we can see the peace everywhere. Yes,
Beautiful message.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Time flew again. Thank you for all your message and all your pedagogical tools. You are a great teacher, and we definitely keep in touch as always, dear Ilan. And definitely.
Okay, but I want to thank you. I want to thank you. Because I learned a lot of values from you and your foundation.
And I love you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you soon, and we stay tuned with the marathon, with all those beautiful exchange. Thank you so much, Ilan, and take care. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. See you.
Thank you. See you.
Greetings to Labas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You invited me to do that wonderful conversation. See you.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bueno, pues ya estamos de nuevo. Y qué interesante, qué hermosa labor, ¿eh?
So yeah, beautiful work he's doing. Yes, linking the countries, the different cultures, and helping children to understand that we come from the same root, that we are all the same, even if we are different in our cultures, but the values are the same. It's like the values of humanity. I really like that.
Conectando los países con los valores comunes y con la multiculturalidad. Me gusta mucho, dice Laura. Y él dijo una cosa, la paz debería ser como nuestra shadow, como nuestra sombra, donde vamos a traer nuestra paz. Esta imagen me tocó mucho.
Yeah, it's a very, very touching image. Like the peace should be our shadow. And also is really great that he is interested in Latin American culture and philosophers. I wonder if Ilan watched the video from yesterday, from Sierra, from the Mamo.
Sí, sí, estuvo muy inspirador y lleno de paz y de conexión.
Full of peace and connection.
Y acuérdense que tú...
bueno, pues aquí ya tenemos un...
gracias.
Ilan.
Delia Mexicano dice, saludos desde Cusco, Perú.
Delia says, greetings from Cusco, Perú.
Hola, Perú.
Thank you for your invitation for that wonderful activity.
Ilan dice, muchas gracias por su invitación y la actividad tan maravillosa.
When I start to follow pedagogy 3000 about 4 years ago to understand the method to educate the student and the world. At the same time, I understand Rumi again too.
Wow, nos dice Ilan que cuando él comenzó a seguir Pedagogía 3000 hace unos 4 años y a entender las metodologías de educación para los niños, para los estudiantes y el mundo, al mismo tiempo él entendió a Rumi otra vez.
Me descubrió. Ajá.
Beautiful.
Y claro, dice, oh bellezas, por acá desde San Marcos, Argentina, aprendiendo juntos a co-crear humanidades despiertas.
saying hello, beautiful people. Greetings from Córdoba, Argentina. We are all learning to co-create. Awaken.
Bueno, pues Noé, si quieres comentar algo. Ah, bueno, aquí. ¿Qué será eso?
Gracias. Es que le puse teşekkür ederim y me contesta rica ederim.
That's how you say thank you in Turkish?
Yo le puse teşekkür ederim. Eso.
Teşekkür ederim.
We are multicultural, multilingual. This is the reality of this planet. Many languages.
Esta es la realidad del planeta, muchos idiomas.
Actually, that's funny. I will go in English and go in Spanish for me. There is a class in Bulgaria. It's called Suggestopedia or Suggestopedia. And this class is about the essence of the word. When the children can learn the essence of all the words and communicate. It's beautiful.
Wow. Hay una clase en Bulgaria que se llama Suggestopedia y habla sobre las diferentes culturas, de cómo todos podemos comunicarnos a través de ellas.
Se llama la esencia de las palabras, the essence of the word.
La esencia del mundo.
De las palabras.
De las palabras. Ah, como la raíz de las palabras.
Entonces, si te conectas con la esencia de la palabra, podías comunicarte con todos los idiomas. Es muy avanzado. Es como intuición empática.
Wow. If you connect to the root of the word, then you can understand better. So it goes very deeply.
Yeah. There is so much tools now. So much tools. It's beautiful.
Hay muchísimas herramientas. Sí, la información está a un clic. Siento que es más de tomar el tiempo e integrarlo en uno.
Sí, es bueno, pues.
Dale,
Noé, ¿qué les parece, Laura, si nos vamos a la tercera parte de esta maravillosa entrevista hasta Turquía?
Okay, so now let's watch the third part of this interview from Turkey.
Sí, porque Ilan también está muy relacionado con toda la labor con los refugiados y Turquía tiene más de 4 millones de refugiados. Entonces es algo que no podemos pasar por alto y le rogué un pequeño video para que nos hable de la situación.
So this video is very important because Ilan is connected to the refugees in Turkey. Don't forget that Turkey has more than 4 million refugees. So it's very important.
I'm from Turkey, Trabzon, history teacher. And we should mention the refugee and all the people from Syria in Turkey. I thought it was 2 million, but Ilan just told me it's 4.5 million refugee in Turkey. So it's very important to know how you handle the situation, how you do this in peace, how you do the multicultural exchange with so much refugees you have.
Yes, as you know, we are Turks and Syrian citizens are the same religion beliefs at the same time. This situation helps two communities to communicate each other better. But as you know, many millions immigrated to Turkey without anything in their hands. And the Turkish people helped them. Turkish government helped them to. For example, Turkish government opened classes of their children to educate them. Turkish government invited the Syrian teachers to work in Turkey. Turkish government gave them salary to help the teachers who came from the Syria. And the Turkish people helped them. Medical helping, food, and dress. Turkish people gave them everything too, and they are living with us everywhere. For example, if you visit the Greece, they are living. The refugees are living in the camps, but in Turkey they are living with us. For example, in agriculture, we invite them to work with us, and the owner of the files or agriculture institutes giving them money, and their children are continuing to school with our students too. But at the beginning, to communicate with them was difficult. But in 1 or 2 years, the refugees of the children learned the Turkish fluently, and their families learned too. Easy and better for us at present to communicate with them too. We know their difficult conditions. As you know, an army attacked the civilians, and immediately they escaped from those countries to Turkey,
Yes.
and they to Germany. But Germany, about 1 million Syrian refugees went to Germany.
Yeah, 1 million.
I think so, but I don't know the government sources of it. If you want, we can check the sources of the
Yes.
statistics of them, and many thousands of the Syrian refugees tried to go to Greece and Lebanon, Jordan. As you know, you visited Lebanon. They came to the Lebanon at the same time. The whole of the country collapsed, as you know, and the whole of the families escaped from that country, and many millions, the majority of them, immigrated to Turkey, and we are sharing everything with them. We are still helping to them, and we are thinking for them not different from us. We are the same with them at the same time. It's no in the past centuries. During the collapsing of the Ottoman Empire, a lot of immigrants came from the Anatolia, Turkey, from Balkans, and from the North Black Sea region. And as a culture, we know to help the refugees. We have the historical value for that too. And if you look at Turkey on map or from Google Earth, you can easily notice that Turkey is a country between the continents and between as a bridge. Every culture, yes, as cultural, a lot of cultural heritage in Anatolia do. Asians, Europeans, Russians, or Africans, every country visited to Turkey at the same time. As a culture, Turkish culture is close to have the innocence. And for example, my grandmom's family roots is come from all the North Black Sea, at present Russia. About 165 years ago, the Tsarist Russia forced them to immigrate to Turkey because of their religion beliefs. They told us that. We don't know the real phase of it at the same time. And my grandmoms told to them that everybody helped them. For example, they opened the fields to food, to grow up the food and everything. They helped each other. Yes. If you visit Turkey, you can notice that Turkish people every time helps the innocents. For example, during the Second World War, we protected the innocents who came from the Greece. And it is very important historical information for us that during the Second World War, a lot of innocents from Greece immigrated to Syria. The Syrian people protected them.
Wow.
These days, they are showing those photographs to the Greek people, and the Greek people are helping to them too. And It's very important. Yes, immigrations in our geography, the mass immigrations. Many thousands of people in the past centuries immigrated, and as you know, in 10 years, many millions are immigrating to Anatolia, but majority of them demand from us that to go to, for example, Europe, Germany. And if you visit France, you can see many thousands of people immigrated to France from the North Africa, Morocco, Jazair, Tunisia, as you know. And everybody thinks that around the refugees and the mentality of the refugees, they are thinking that Germany, for example, Germany is a country for the best opportunities. They want to go there. Germany is a rich country, economy is wonderful, and everything is wonderful. But they don't know the conditions and the reality of the Germany. Maybe Germany can look for example, a million of refugees too. But they don't know the real face or the conditions of those countries too at the same time. And to look for the many millions of the refugees is more difficult for Turkey too, as you know. We built plastic houses for them, schools and everything. And sometimes we gave a lot of them flats in our apartments, in our villages. And we are sharing the foods and everything with them. But we waited for that war finish as soon as possible, and they will return to their country too. But it seems that it is difficult. It is still difficult for them to return their countries too. Maybe they will live in Turkey for all the citizens, for example, Turkish citizens or Syrian citizens. But as a teacher, I noticed that their students know the Turkish culture and Turkish language well. Maybe the refugees' children will be Turkish citizens in the following years. Maybe they don't want to do their country after the war. Maybe they don't. I don't know. The time will show us it to you.
Anyhow, we all hope for peace, and we really want the end of the world everywhere around the world. And that's the message of the marathon as well. Peace everywhere, peace inside, peace outside, peace with nature, peace in the countries. But Turkish people are so nice. I remember I was in a market in, it was Santi Urfa. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to buy tomatoes, but it was too much. He gave me too much. So I said, no, shuya. And that's Arabic. So he said, oh, you are from Syria? No. Very nice people. So yes, thank you so much to share that. And please, we spread the word all around the world, peace everywhere, and respect and exchange. And we are all one humanity, and we are all human beings, and we all need love to receive and to give love. Thank you so much for your message, Dylan, again. And see you soon. We keep in touch. I hope we see you soon.
Thank you very much.
But meanwhile, we can have more Zoom. You take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. See you. Be careful always.
Bueno, pues ya ahí con algunos problemitas técnicos, pero pues ya. Eso es lo que pasa cuando estamos en vivo.
We've got little technical problems, but this is what happens when we are live.
Es otra Karina, todo de blanco.
Yes. Un atrapasueños.
Sí. Para atrapar los bugs de la computadora.
Sí, por favor. Bueno, lo importante es pasar el mensaje.
Es muy importante. Sabe que En Alemania son 2 millones, en Turquía son 4 millones. O sea, son cifras enormes.
Yeah, the numbers are really, really high. In Germany, there are 2 million refugees, and in Turkey, 4 million. So it's a lot of people in this situation.
Y tenemos que parar de decir refugiados. Son human beings, son seres humanos, son hermanos.
Yeah.
Y voy a enseñar eso.
We need to stop saying refugees, and I'm taking that right now. They are human beings, they're brothers and sisters. So we should teach that to everyone as well.
Y eso es una cosa que viene a enseñarnos, igual con los de Venezuela en toda América Latina. Son hermanos, nos enseñan a nosotros que somos uno y somos todos hermanos y hermanas en este planeta Tierra. Es increíble el mensaje que mandan.
Yeah. Ilan is teaching us that, and a similar situation happens here in Latin America with the Venezuelan people. So it's a very important message that they're giving us all.
Sí, es muy importante reconocernos ya como iguales independientemente de la movilidad que tengamos que tener por problemas políticos, económicos o sociales de nuestro país.
Yeah, it's very important to recognize ourselves humans are the same as equal, and not paying attention about the political or economical situation. Yes. And I think we should make the most of the situation and learn about the culture. Pienso que deberíamos, al contrario, aprovechar esta situación para aprender sobre la cultura de los otros.
Sí, y antes de ver los comentarios, que yo sé que hay, como profesor, como maestro, como maestra, en vez de decir, ¿qué problema tengo tantos inmigrantes en mi clase? Por ejemplo, yo conozco una clase en Cataluña, es 80% de los alumnos son extranjeros.
So the teachers, instead of saying, "Oh no, what should I do? There are many children from different countries in my class." For example, Noemi knows a class in Catalonia with 80% of children from somewhere else.
El profesor, en ese caso, es lindo que diga, qué oportunidad, vamos a conocer tantos países, idiomas, receta de cocina, que venga con una receta de cocina el lunes y lo hacemos, y lo puede utilizar con una herramienta de paz maravillosa.
So the teachers, instead of saying, "Oh my God, what should I do with that?" that should make the most of the opportunity, and, for example, make a recipe from the country. You know, like teach something about the different cultures, so they can have like a multicultural lesson or class. Dancing as well. There is so much to learn. Baile. Hay mucho por aprender de las otras culturas.
Sí.
Language, el idioma.
Y la hermandad.
Yeah.
Bueno, pues ahora sí vamos por los comentarios. Laura dice, thanks for doing this.
Lorena, gracias por hacer esto.
Y Noche Solar Azul, la esencia de la palabra es vibración. No que hablar cuando se dice con amor, mas todo está en nuestras memorias.
So the essence of the word is vibration. Not to talk when it's said with love. Everything is in our memories.
La esencia de las palabras es vibración, mas si es dicha. De amor, las memorias todos lo saben.
So the essence of the word is vibration, but if it's said with love, the memories, they know it all.
Y bueno, ya saben que a mí me gusta lanzar preguntas.
You know that Karina likes to ask questions.
Yo preguntaría para ti, que estás viendo este maratón, ¿cuál crees que deberían ser los objetivos de la educación?
So she's asking to you, all of you that are watching this marathon, what do you think are the objectives, are the goals of education?
Yo sé que va a cambiar de acuerdo al contexto en el que te encuentres, pero quiero saber...
Will change depending on your own context.
Así es, pero quisiera saber si, aún con contextos diferentes, queremos al menos algún objetivo en común.
So even if we have all different contexts, we would like to know and see if we have at least one in common.
Así es. Bueno, entonces, Noé, Laura, ¿qué les parece si nos vamos a Kenia?
Africa, yes, let's go to Kenya.
¿Quieres hablarnos un poco de esto, Noé?
Sí, es una fundación maravillosa que se llama Thrive for Right.
So it's a wonderful NGO called Thrive for Right. Es algo así como ve por lo correcto, ¿no?
O derecho a expandirse, derecho a
manifestarse, como a desarrollarse.
Sí, exacto. Y eso es de Janet Patry. De hecho, vamos a entrevistar a Janet y Rubo, su colega. Y empezó que Janet se fue a Kenia para visitar el famoso safari. Y cuando vio la situación de los niños y todo eso, se quedó a ayudar y regresó. Ella vive en Estados Unidos y regresó y se quedó. Y ahora su vida es más africana que los mismos africanos. Y ayuda mucho. Y primero eso y después te comento el resto.
So in this interview, we will see Janet, and a colleague, and she's from the United States. He went to Africa, right, to a safari, but she found something else. And she went back to the States, and now she knows a lot more about Africa.
No, she stayed in Africa.
She stayed in Africa.
Yeah, she moved.
She moved to Africa.
So she's more African now. Yeah. It's an amazing story.
Right. Una historia muy interesante.
We will put the website. Vamos a poner la website. Y ella me contactó, ¿sabe para qué? Para hacer una maravillosa escuela de los 7 pétalos en Kenia.
Wow. So Janet wants to create a P3000, an Education 3000 school in Kenya.
In the 7
petal school.
7 petal school.
What do you call it? 7 petal school. Yes.
Yeah, 7 petal school.
Wonderful.
Bueno, y ¿saben? Ya tenemos 3 contestaciones de cuáles deberían de ser los objetivos de la educación. Los vemos rápido y nos vamos a Kenia.
All right, so we got 3 answers. So let's see what the answers are just before going to Kenya.
Understanding the differences.
Entendiendo las diferencias.
Ilan.
Sí.
Paso a paso. ¿No?
Patricia Tavermina, the goal of education to support children to become more peaceful and loving human beings, to evolve as a human race.
Patricia nos dice que el objetivo de la educación es apoyar a los niños para que tengan más paz y más amor, ¿sí? Y esto nos hará a todos evolucionar como raza humana.
Sí, que sean amorosos. Y dice Noche Solar Azul, unión consciente de ecuanimidad en relación al enfoque de que somos complementarios y cada quien tiene una misión única en este paso por Gaia.
Wow, so it's equanimity, conscious equanimity, just taking into account that we complement each other, but we all have a different and unique mission in this Gaia.
Ok. Entonces vamos a Kenia.
So let's go to Kenya now.
And thank you for the answers. If you have more ideas, just put in the comments and subscribe and share with your friend.
Gracias por sus respuestas. Si quieren, comenten aquí, suscríbanse y compartan con sus amigos.
Y ahora la hora en francés.
Marathon is about education, it's about changing the world, it's about opening the heart and the mind and help many children around the world.
Pongo los subtítulos para... Oh.
So we're setting up the subtitles now.
Pues ahora quiero escuchar tu francés.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue.
Today we have a great surprise. We are in Africa, in Kenya, and with Rubo and Janet. And please, Rubo, do you want to introduce yourself? Welcome, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. So I'm Rubo. I am the Community Relations Coordinator of Right to Thrive. I am a lawyer by profession, and I am a community worker too. I am very, very passionate about working with children. I am passionate about working with the community, and I am passionate about education. I work in a community where I was actually brought up. I was brought up in a place known as Riruta Satellite, and I went for my education, and I still came back to serve my people. So I'm very, very extremely passionate about community matters and education matters. So Right to Thrive teaches youth. We have an education scholarship program, and we have a life skills program. The life skills program, we teach diverse. We are very diverse. So typically we teach most things that are not taught in school. We teach life skills, we teach emotional intelligence, we teach basic things like breathing, tapping, things that are typically not taught in school, meditation. And I've been working for, this is my 5th year, and I am very, very happy that I am serving the community.
Wow. I love it. Exactly what we should have at school, actually. That would be nice for the whole country. Thank you so much. We can feel your energy. It's like, wow, it's about passion.
Yes.
And dear Janet, what about you? Would you like to introduce yourself? Are you in Nairobi?
I am in Nairobi. I've been in Nairobi for almost 10 years now.
10 years.
My name is Janet Patry, and I am the founder and the International Executive Director of Right to Thrive. And I founded Right to Thrive.
Right to Thrive. That's an NGO, right?
Yes. And we started in the United States. So I'm from the US, and in 2007, I came to Kenya on a holiday, and I wanted to volunteer at a children's home before going on safari. And I just had an experience that changed my life. I met 22 girls who weren't in school, and they were following me around every day, begging me to teach them anything and everything. And it just made me realize how much I have taken my education for granted. How lucky I have been to have access to information, to go through formal schooling, although I could talk a lot about formal schooling and how I'm not the biggest fan of it. I'm very open-minded about teaching children in the way that they need to learn. So while I was at this children's home, I was getting to know each of the kids, and they really wanted to learn things. So I just would randomly grab objects that were around me and start teaching them science, and gravity by throwing something in the air and watching it plummet to the earth. And I'm like, that's gravity. And this is just, my random unorthodox style of teaching. And I just saw them light up to learn things. And then they were begging me like, please, please, please let us go to school. And I was like, okay, how do we do that? So I went back to the US and I started Right to Thrive specifically to give scholarships to these 22 girls and send them to school. And that's how it all started. And then through the years, I started to realize that these children were ending up in children's homes mainly due to poverty, where the family couldn't take care of them and there was a lot of abandonment. And so I went out into the community to try to understand this issue. And that's where the community development work started for Right to Thrive. And so now we focus on breaking generational poverty. So we work with multi-generations and we provide education scholarships to the youth, but then we're working with the guardians and the parents to empower them economically with business skills and help them become self-sustaining so that they aren't dependent on other people or organizations, and they can function and take care of their children and not abandon them or bring them to a children's home. So that's kind of how all this started. I am deeply passionate about empowering people, about helping people find their gift. Everybody is born with one, and I want people to kind of align with their true purpose in life. And you learn that in childhood, you just don't realize it. You know, the passion starts then, the ideas start then. And if you can get a kid's right brain to light up, you know, that's where your intuition is, that's where all the creativity is. And so I love helping kids find that side of themselves and then identifying what their gift is and then sharing that with the world. But you can't share it with the world until you know what it is and you own it. And so that's basically the ultimate goal of Right to Thrive. Embrace your right to thrive. And then everything we do is to empower people to get to that moment of insight. Like, oh, this is why I'm here. This is my gift. And this is how I will deliver it to the world.
Yes. And by the way, this is not for only for Kenya, it's for everybody. You are watching this video, it's not by accident. It's to thrive too and get this talent and share and be so proud of it.
Yeah.
I like it. One little question. You said with the multi-generation, with the parents and the guardians. What do you mean by guardians?
Guardians.
Guardians.
There are a variety of reasons why children aren't always raised by their parents. They're raised by guardians, which are sometimes aunts and uncles, people from the community. Yeah, they're not their biological parents. And that, I mean, we could explain a lot of things, but there was an HIV epidemic many years ago. It's certainly under control now, but a lot of children were orphaned.
Wow.
In 2008, we had some post-election violence here that left a lot of children orphaned. So there's been a lot of issues on top of poverty that contribute.
I understand now. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dear Robo, I would like to know, we would like to know all about education, the new education, the one you see and you would like for the future, for the children, for Kenya, the one we enjoy,
Yes.
and the one which is useful. What kind of education you are aiming to?
So our main aim is to include life skills in the education, because basically in Kenya we are taught only the theoretical part of it all. It is only theory, even in the university, even in the secondary, tertiary, and primary. It is all about theory. So the moment the practical part is never taught. So I would love to see an education where the practical part is being taught, inclusion of art, inclusion of music, inclusion of conversations that are not taught in school, inclusion of things like trauma healing. That is what I really want if it were my choice, that is what I would want to be added in the education sector. Because typically we are taught the mathematics, science, English, Swahili in Kenya, and that's it.
And that's it.
No art, no music. Yeah, that's it. So just a good example of if someone is artistic in Kenya, it is very rare to grow a career if you're artistic, because art is not taught in school. music is not taught in school, or else you have to go to the very super expensive schools. I would want to see an education that has inclusivity and the practical part of it all to be included. People to be taught how to handle their own emotions, because we are not taught how to handle emotions. We are just taught the basic things. We are taught the basic things of mathematics, English. Why doesn't a child prosper? Because the child has so many emotions that they cannot handle. Why can't we include things like emotional intelligence so that the young person can know, if I have this feeling and I am self-aware of myself, this is how I can deal with it. So yeah, the inclusion of such things as coaching, a lot of happiness, if we include that, we have come to realize there's a lot of happiness, a lot of love, such things.
Beautiful. And if we can handle our emotions, this is a beginning of peace culture, because it's peace with the others, and then with the neighborhood, and then with the country, and then with the world. It's beautiful.
With the whole, yes, with the whole world, and that is what we really want. That is all we really want: peace, happiness. It starts from
yes.
It starts from ourselves. It starts from being self-aware. The moment we are not self-aware, that is one of the biggest reasons we don't thrive and we don't prosper.
I want to go to Kenya and see everything you do.
You are welcome. As we say here, karibu sana.
And spread the word, because we have to know that around the world, everybody has those beautiful, not only projects, but they do it. Bravo, Rubo. I love it.
Yes.
Talking about this year, yes?
It's a very beautiful country, very beautiful people. You will love it here.
We'll never want to leave.
Oh, I saw on internet, it's beautiful. I went once, but I didn't have time to visit. It was a congress a long time.
Right.
You must return.
I must return. The land
do
is
great things together. Yes.
Dear Janet, what are your plans for this year? I know this year starts like a little bit all over the place for many of us. What are you?
Well, I'm happy to say that here in Kenya, our schools are open. So the kids are back in school. And so some semblance of normality has returned for them. So what I hope is to scale up our programs. So right now we're working with a local school called BakeNet, and they're what we call an informal school. So they aren't a government school. They're following the government curriculum, but then because they're an informal school, we're allowed to kind of come in and do the empowerment program. And so what I would like is to reach more people with our empowerment program. And we want to do that in two ways. So there's obviously a large part of the population we can't train in person yet. We're working with the kids directly, but really maximizing technology so that we can reach more people with empowerment. So we did a lot of e-learning last year. And one of the things we're realizing is how many people you can reach through social media. So right now we're actually doing a 14-day self-love challenge through Facebook. And it's basically our empowerment program. It's how do you become self-aware? How do you learn to love yourself? Because the way that you love yourself is how you're teaching other people to love you. So we want to get a lot of people involved in this leading up to Valentine's Day, which is the 14th. So we thought, let's get people to fall in love with themselves. And this is the first time we've ever done something like this. It really didn't occur to us that we could reach so many community members through social media. Typically, we're engaging with our donors on social media. So that's a big change for us, is really maximizing technology and looking for partners that will assist us with getting some smartphones, digital phones for people in Kenya, tablets, so that they can connect more with people all around the world. I just think there are so many opportunities. We were talking earlier about how it would be great to connect Kenyan schools with schools in South America and have kids talking to each other and sharing these learnings. So that's like, for me, is kind of taking what we do in Kenya global. That's the big goal.
Beautiful. Excellent. And dear Rubo, what is your message to the world, to the teachers and to the parents who are watching
to the
the
world?
marathon?
To the world.
Yes, to the world.
Okay. So my message to the teachers is, in education, there's a lot of potential if we involve other management tools, things like trauma healing, reframing our thoughts, emotional intelligence, breathing, a technique known as body talk cortices, and you will come to realize the moment that a child is calm, they can calm, peaceful, and happy, they can prosper in classwork. So these are management tools and tools that the world out there and different people should start using so that the world can prosper into a very beautiful place.
Beautiful. And to the parents?
Oh, to the parents. To the parents is I will instill communication. Communication for me is key between the parent and the child. We have come to realize there is a very big deficiency in communication. Most parents don't communicate to their children. They're not aware of what kind of a child they are, but communication brings a lot of healing, brings a lot of love, and in return, education prospers.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. So please, we put all that in practice.
Yes.
And the last question is for Janet. What would you tell the ministries of education of the world?
That we need to educate through the children's eyes, through the children's experience. So we have to, human-centered design, where you have to design schools for children by children. So bring children to the table. Have them in the conversation about what it is they want to learn. That's how Right to Thrive came to be. What do you want to learn? How do you want to learn it? Have these conversations with children, with communities, with parents, and find out what are the skills they really need to thrive in the world, and then build the school that way. And I think we can agree that there are common core values around the world. And if COVID has taught us anything, it's that the health and well-being of one of us directly affects the health and well-being of everyone else. And so I hope that we start turning inward also. So ministries start looking at themselves and saying, how can I change the education for children so that they figure out who they really are and the role that they'll play in the world, and then drive education that way into creating good citizens of the world that contribute to society in a meaningful way.
Exactly. So if you are the Minister of Education of any country around the world, we can hire Janet. She knows.
Yeah, we're happy to have those conversations. We want to have those conversations. Yeah.
Yes.
And to know there is so many things around the world, to know it's possible, to know we are all together. It's not like to fight for education. No, it's all together. We put everything together: private school, public school, homeschooling, community schooling, emotional.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we have to rethink the core curriculum.
Together.
Yeah, we have to rethink the core curriculum, because just teaching math, science, English, local languages is not enough. And we need to think about the world we want in the future. Those are the skills we need to teach for the world that we want: conflict resolution, communication, like Ruvo said. We need to do family work. We're seeing families separated and broken, and like, how do we rebuild the family unit? Because the family unit is a mirror of community. So if we rebuild family units, we rebuild communities, we rebuild countries. So I would love to sit down with ministries, look at the curriculum, and really ask ourselves, is what we are teaching making these children successful in life? And is it making them happy? Are they even happy? You know? I think that we need to go back to the basics, and we need to teach things like, how do you survive in the world without being dependent on government? Doesn't government want kids that are independent, future families that are independent? They grow their own food, they can self-sustain. Things like that.
Yeah. Positive, creative, I think. Well, that will be the last question. And for the children of the world, what would you tell them?
For the children, wow. For the children of the world, I will tell them to work hard, listen to their elders, even though at times the elders are not always correct, but listen to the elders. Love one another and strive to thrive in future.
Nice.
Yes.
So I can't believe time flew. I thank you so much. I think that was so nice. We can show the world everything you do and think, and we can exchange all that. I can feel the world is so small now. And we have this feeling of family.
Exactly. Yeah, we can feel our connection to you, everyone. So I hope people reach out to us and we can start these conversations anywhere in the world. We are not limited to Kenya. Kenya is just where we're based, but we're a borderless-minded organization.
So we will put your contact. The NGO is Right to Thrive. And please keep in touch, everybody.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for your time.
Take care. Thank you, Rubo. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, everybody from Kenya. And thank you, everybody who wants to change education for this beautiful one. We want of happiness and peace. And how do you say? Empowerment. Empowerment.
Yes.
Yes. See you. Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
¡Ay, qué inspirador!
Sí, estaba tan emocionada, no podía parar la entrevista. ¡Oh!
Yeah, lots of emotions, very inspiring. I want to connect with her because I'm trying to do the same in Bogotá. I will connect with her. Voy a conectarme con ella porque en el colegio estamos haciendo eso, es muy bonito, unir. Y ella dijo, ¿por qué no encontrar los colegios en Latinoamérica y unirlos con los de Kenia?
Pues mira, si hay otras personas como tú que están interesadas, por favor, aquí está el correo para que se comuniquen y para que podamos lograr esta simbiosis y esta interconexión.
Yes, so here is her email, and yes, that's the idea. If you want to connect with her, because this is the point, that's why we're doing all this, to connect people, projects, strength, everyone.
Tools.
And right to thrive is derecho a prosperar. Esa es la traducción del nombre del proyecto.
Wow, qué bonito. Y dicen, bueno, es que todos tienen derecho a prosperar y ellos nombran estar tranquilo, pacífico y feliz. Si un niño está así en el aula, pues ya que venga todo.
Yes, that's what they're saying. If a child is in the school is in peace and happy, so then we got everything. That's the root.
Y aquí nos nombra la importancia de la respiración para llegar a esa paz.
And he's saying the importance of the breathing to be able to reach that peace.
Y me encanta porque dice que nosotros como maestros tenemos el potencial de evolucionar.
And also she's saying that we as teachers have the potential and the power to evolve, to thrive.
Y coincido porque dice, bueno, debemos de tener más práctica de arte, de música, conversaciones y herramientas de postrauma e inteligencia emocional.
Yes, she's saying that it's important to have art, music, trauma healing, conversations, and emotion intelligence. To know how to handle emotions. The children should know how to handle their emotions. Very important.
Sí, que los chicos aprendan acerca de sus emociones y cómo gestionarlas. Y también involucrar la buena comunicación.
And also to encourage the good communication. Yeah. The right education, communication. Also,
Wow.
she mentioned tapping, meditation. Wow, loads of good ideas. También mencionó tapping, meditación, muchas ideas muy buenas para tener en las escuelas.
Y
bueno,
Janet,
hemos tenido...
cosas que me apunté también, que la educación sea para los niños y de los niños, o sea, desde los niños, que ellos hagan su propia educación, punto 1.
Yeah, the first sentence that Noemi wants to share is that education should be for children, but also from the children.
Eso es lo que dijo Janet.
Yeah, that's what she said, but that's what you want to point out.
Okay. La segunda cosa, gracias. Habló de cambiar de una la famosa currícula. Ellos le llaman la famosa ridícula o ridiculum.
Janet also said about the importance to change the curriculum. But it's the ridiculum, probably.
Pues ojalá que sí pueda tener esa inferencia. Y que, bueno, es que yo digo que poco a poco, ya después de que se dio cuenta el Ministerio de Cultura, bueno, por ejemplo, aquí en México hay mucha deserción de escuelas, sobre todo públicas, que están alejadas de la ciudad, que no tienen internet, que no se pueden conectar. Entonces, obviamente la educación tiene que cambiar. Pero si cambiamos los maestros primero, la podemos cambiar.
Karina is sharing a bit how one of the issues in Mexico is that many children just give up school, and there are problems of connection and technology, and also the importance of the teachers. The teachers, we should start as well with the teachers training, ¿no? Como capacitación a profesores, empowerment, lo que estaba diciendo Janet.
Sí, bueno, pues tenemos muchos comentarios.
So let's see, we have many comments.
Sí, y sigue Ian con nosotros.
Ian, you're not sleeping? It's so late. It's como midnight.
I want to thank Noemi Paimar, who came to Turkey a few times studying with us and advised us a lot of wonderful methods used in education.
Ilan quiere agradecerle a Noemí porque ella fue a Turquía algunas veces y estudió con ellos allá, con Ilan y su equipo, supongo, en Turquía, y les dio muchos consejos maravillosos sobre las metodologías para la educación.
Sí, dice que Noemí sabe muchas actividades.
Saying that Noemi knows many activities.
Sí, she visited refugees of Syrian and advised use the best method of education is approaching the children of Syrian refugees to understand their morals and motivate them.
Entonces, ella visitó a refugiados de Siria y les aconsejó cómo usar los métodos de educación para acercarse mejor a estos niños y para entenderlos mejor y motivarlos también.
Ay, Noemí, ¿quieres contarnos un poquito?
Yeah, Noemí, tell us about your experience.
Es que nos va a ir todo el maratón. Pero en cortito, nos fuimos a 3 lugares al sur de Turquía.
So very shortly, we went to 3 different places. in the south of Turkey.
La gente dijo, están locos, es prohibido ir allá, nunca van a llegar. Y no era así, era muy tranquilo, llegamos.
People that were saying, no, you're crazy, you are not able to go there. But it wasn't like that.
Y pudimos hacer las actividades que se llama post-trauma, que es mucho movimiento, mucho con color, con sonido, y hacer una labor primero de la inteligencia emocional de estar bien y recuperar la autoestima y la esperanza. Eso fue la primera meta.
Wow. So she went there, and what they did was to work with the children with the post-trauma, including color, sound, techniques in emotional movement, a lot of movement, techniques in emotional intelligence, and also to help them to have more self-confidence. And lo último que dijiste que fue and hope.
Y lo hicimos con los profesores también. Era kurdos, era wow, tan lindos esos profesores, les adoraban.
They also did it with the teachers. They were very loving.
Kurdish teachers. So part of my heart is still over there, as you can.
So una parte de su corazón está todavía allá en Turquía, así como podemos verlo.
Ay, Noemí, qué gran labor, de verdad. Wow, más como tú.
No, éramos varios. Y después se quedó una amiga que se llama Daria y fuimos las dos. Primero Estambul y después la frontera. Se llama Santi Urfa.
Okay, so there were many, and after Noemi stayed with Daria, and they went close to the border. La frontera con Siria.
We will do a special program only on this.
Luego haremos un programa especial sobre esta experiencia.
Bueno, y dice, I wish that after pandemic we can arrange project with you and your school around Europe.
Yeah. Dice Ilan, espero que después de esta pandemia podamos seguir creando proyectos con nosotros y con nuestros colegios alrededor de Europa.
And Ilan, Laura, she does some Zoom and exchange with many children around the world. So if you want to connect with Laura, we can connect not only Europe, but the 5 continents. The same with Ina, the same with Hugo, the same with Janet, the same with everybody.
Claro que sí.
Today we will see China as well. Of course.
Claro
China.
que sí, podemos conectarnos. Yo estoy haciendo eso en el programa multicultural y estoy conectando niños y también adolescentes de diferentes partes en el mundo. Entonces, no solo Europa y Latinoamérica, sino que todo el mundo. Ya vimos Kenia también, entonces, genial. Y podemos empezar desde ya, en Zoom.
Sí.
Claro, y es gratis.
Let's start from now. On Zoom. We don't have to pay a flight ticket.
Sale más barato.
Yes, cheaper.
Bueno, y ¿saben? Vamos a hacer lo que hizo nuestra amiga Noche Solar Azul. Quiero que vean a cuántas personas posteó para que estén viendo este maratón en su 9na edición.
Okay, so there is somebody that posted, many people on this comment. So they can see us right now.
Así es. Entonces, gracias, Noche Solar Azul,
Thank you.
por compartir esta transmisión.
To share this broadcast.
Wow. Acuérdate que estamos en Facebook y en YouTube. Así que se suman mucho las visitas y comparte. Todavía vamos por 5 casi más horas. Vamos a muchos países, sí, China, India. De hecho, vamos a India ahora, ¿no?
Sí, vamos a India. Noemí, cuando viajas para estos lados, organicemos un encuentro poderoso.
Sí.
Yes, when you go to these places, let's arrange a powerful meeting.
Bueno, y Katia, saludos desde Chile. tuve la oportunidad de conocer a Noemí en La Serena.
Katia says, greetings from Chile. I had the opportunity to meet Noemi in La Serena.
Bueno, pues después de esta experiencia de Noemí y de este compartir, ¿qué les parece si movemos un poco el cuerpo? Ya tenemos 1 hora y media de transmisión.
So we've been here for 1 hour and a half. What do you think about after this? Just move a bit.
Solo espero que YouTube no nos corte la transmisión.
Entonces, levantamos.
Ok,
So
vamos.
everybody stand up.
Y vamos a ver un baile muy loco. Lo bailan como quieran. La idea es mover el cuerpo, porque es una mezcla de
This is a crazy dance, so don't worry, just move as you want. This is a mix of
Jerusalén.
Jerusalem.
De África.
It's a song from Africa.
De la India.
It's mixed with Indian movements.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lo bailan como puedan.
So we dance as we can.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami ilondoloze 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 zungangishilana ilondoloze 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 zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami
Nunca he visto este baile de esta manera, es increíble. Es muy divertido. I love India. Namaste.
Thank you so much here. It was really good to see you dancing. And Karina.
Ahora vamos a tomar un poquito de agüita.
Agua, agua.
Drink a bit of water.
La primera vez que vi India danzar Jerusalén, lo monté todo el mundo. Era lo más bello del mundo. Era tan multicultural.
Sí.
The first time that Noe watched this Jerusalem Indian, she thought it was very multicultural, so she sent it to everyone.
Es una prueba que cada uno de nosotros somos únicos.
This is a proof that we are all unique.
Y de hecho este baile lo puedes ver en todos los países del mundo y cada uno pone su toquecito. Es a la vez universal y a la vez con tu propia energía. Salud.
Cheers. It's universal. Yeah, it's good. I hadn't seen it like that video. Yo no lo había visto nunca.
Hay bomberos, hay militares de Kenia, ¿te acuerdas? Que lo bailan. Hay médicos.
Es impresionante ese video, lo tienes que verlo.
Es unificar al mundo entero, es precioso.
Seeing all the people, like lawyers, firemen, and different people. So it's really uniting the whole world.
Bueno, pues ya con esta energía, escríbanos cómo se sientan, cómo se sienten, si bailaron con nosotras, si se inventaron nuevos pasos.
Seguro.
And now with this energy, let us know if you liked it, if you can feel the energy, if you danced with us.
Y ahora vamos a Reino Unido con
Malik
Mohammad.
To United Kingdom, the United Kingdom with, ¿me repitas el nombre?
Malik Mohammad.
Mohammad.
So Malik Mohammad is an empowerment strategies consultant. And his specialty is empowering people, and not only to find yourself, but to find your way and to help people. And that's about progressive human transformation. And he's a great person, Malik.
Él ayuda a las personas a empoderarse, a encontrar estrategias para poder empoderarse. Del Reino Unido.
Así es.
It's a great marathon 2000. Hello, we are with Malik Mohammad, and we're in the UK, and Malik is an empowerment strategies consultant. And I love it because you don't only go to the enterprise, you go to a nursery as well. And you have a book and you have many, many tips for us. Do you want to present yourself? And then we will talk a little bit more about education and what you do.
Sure, Noemi.
Please. And thank you for your time. I know it's late.
Noemi, listen, thank you for your time. It's always important for good people to come together and exchange ideas. So it's an honor for me to be here on your platform with your viewers internationally. And as you mentioned, with regards to empowerment strategies, I enjoy working early years. And what we do basically is at that stage, their minds are very sharp. They enjoy many things and their attention span is very limited. And so what I do, for example, is here in London. I volunteer in a nursery, and we do.
They are very small. How old are you?
Very small, anywhere from 1 to 4 years old.
Oh my God.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
They're all
1
under
to 4 years old.
Yeah, they're all under 5, right? And what we do is we do empowerment mastery sessions where we do storytelling, we do role plays, we also make up mantras and affirmations. And so we go in the class, we will gather round in a circle, and we'll start off by doing some breathing to keep their minds focused. And to change the atmosphere, we say, what sound does a lion make? And they'll all go, roar, right? And then we run around the nursery for a little while, and then we stop, and we may incorporate some of the fruits, pictures of fruits on the ground, or numbers, or squares, or whatever toys there are at our disposal. And then, Noemi, we'll make up a story on the spot. So I will say, give me one word. How do you feel? What's that over there? What did you do this morning? And then we tie it together and create a story. And in that, we embed certain keywords and phrases and experiences. And we always end the session with a mantra. So for example, I may say after me, class, I am great. And then, because their minds are so sharp, I try to stretch their minds by introducing words that they have no idea what it may mean. For instance, I would say, I am a visionary.
Wow.
And their response is normally, sir, Mr. Mohammed, what is visionary? And I will say, well, point to somebody they admire or somebody they spoke about in the story and say to them, that's what that person did. You can do that and so much more.
Wow.
We'll do, we'll do hand movements, etc. And so whether it's in early years, or I'm speaking with teenagers or retirement homes or corporate structures, the empowerment mastery system is what we rely on as our core reference system. Those are the values that we try to impart in all of the talks, in everything that's done. And that is the essence of the Empowerment Strategies Consultancy. And the core of it is the Empowerment Mastery System, Noemi, which has 8 principles.
So that's the 8 steps.
Yes.
For empowerment.
Yes.
For everybody.
Indeed.
It can be for an adult or for...
Yes, whether you're adults, whether you're tired, yes, irrespective of cultural background, sexual affiliation, geographical location, political concerns, as long as you are human. Because the key here is that I strive to connect with people on a cellular level. So rather than looking at the physical, we look more at the spiritual, not the religious, the spiritual, the unseen power. And so in the same way, Noemi, if you put your finger on your desk and I put my finger beside yours, science shows that your DNA, my DNA, unique. And all of us in the world, we are unique. And so when we get down to the essence of the very atoms within our bodies, what we're doing here is, if we want to change attitudes, if we want to create new ways of thinking and new ways of being, it's important to connect on a cellular level. And so from a neuroscience perspective, what we do is we look at ways in which we can look at the essence of the individual, tailor the program to create change within them, whether they are in early years or they're retired, and everybody in between. And it all comes back to the Empowerment Mastery System and the 8 principles in there.
Would you like to tell us a little bit the guidelines of the 8 steps?
Sure.
The titles?
Sure. I like to use an acronym. AFFPP SRV. That's AFFPPSRV. So, A, appreciation. That's about giving thanks for what you have right now. F, flexibility. Life doesn't always come in the way that we want it to come. So we have to be able to adapt in order to grow and change our course sometimes.
We saw that this year, didn't we?
Indeed, Noemi, indeed. The other F is for forgiveness of self. Many of us have negative conversations with ourselves. Oh, I should have done this. I should have done that. Why didn't I do this then? Where is my life going now? And so we have to learn to forgive ourselves so we can create more space to get the positive energy in, to move on, and to do great things in our lives. We have to forgive ourselves. The other P is plan. Plan. Now, if you want to do something in life, you need to be able to at least have a strategy, have an idea of what you want to do with yourself. Then we have the other P, which is purpose. There must be a why in our lives. There must be a reason why we're doing what we're doing. And then the S is self-discipline. Committing ourselves to a particular thing. How many of us want to change our eating habits, but we walk past the McDonald's and think, oh no. Or we see a nice taco and we think, oh no. A nice lamb and we think, oh no, right? And so the R is reconnection. Reconnection. In other words, taking time to get back to the essence of who we are as human beings. Whether we meditate, pray, go for a walk, spend time with an elder, spend time with children, reconnection. And the V stands for vision. There must be a grand idea, a long-term concept that we're working towards in our lives. And so these 8 principles, they can be used as in 1 through 8, or you can use 1 or 2 or 3 or a combination, whatever works for you. Because the principles, I derive the principles based on 2 years of research, looking at people who have achieved great things in their lives all over the world, from various parts of the world, various disciplines, different abilities. And what I found, Noemi, was that when I put it on a graph, there were certain values that all of these people shared. And I looked at about 70 to 75 people from all walks of life, intergenerational as well. And when I put it on the graph, I then made up the terms that now come through as these principles. And so this is why the Empowerment Mastery System works. It's based on credible evidence. It's based on the testimonials of companies and people who use them. And more importantly, they are tailored specifically to the person or persons who want to use them. So that's the essence of the Empowerment Mastery System. And a deeper explanation can be found on my website, which is malikmohammed.com. It has all the diagrams, all the information, etc. on there.
So we will repeat the website so we can put it under.
Oh, sure. Thank you. No,
Okay.
it's Malik.com.
Yes. And what about your book?
Oh, Noemi. Yes.
We want to know about your book. Congratulations.
No, thank you so much. You're most kind. Over the pandemic period, I decided to commit myself to writing this book. And it's called Coffee and Contemplation, a taste of empowerment.
So Coffee and Contemplation, a taste of empowerment. If I type this in Amazon, I can get the book.
Yes, it's available on Amazon and it's available worldwide on Amazon. And the reason why the title is Coffee and Contemplation is that, Noemi, I find my espresso moment to be a sacred experience for me. Coffee is not just something I drink to keep me awake. Coffee is my sacred moment in my day when I have the melody of a nice espresso on my tongue. It soothes my soul, it expands my mind. And so what I'm encouraging readers to do is, you may not like coffee, you may like tea, you may like water, you may neither like tea nor water nor coffee. Just create a special moment for yourself when you just reflect on your great life, on things that you want to do. And so, hence, coffee and contemplation. It could be called a walk and contemplation, tea and contemplation. And so, because I'm an empowerment strategist consultant, the tagline, the subtitle is A Taste of Empowerment. And in this book, I share 11 perspectives on life, things such as friends and family. I touch on suicide and depression, because many of us, Noemi, you ask me, Malik, how are you? I say, I'm fine. When deep inside, Noemi, I may be carrying a burden that is too difficult to even express. And so I share.
Suicide is a huge issue. I saw yesterday on the on my phone
Yeah.
that Japan this month had more suicide cases than COVID cases.
That's correct.
So it's huge. It's tremendous. It really, really broke my heart. It's something we have to attend and fast.
Indeed.
And young people. Mm-hmm.
I read the same reports. And the irony is, when I looked at my data of sales so far worldwide, Noemi, the country that has bought the books the most since being released in August is Japan.
See, wow, thank you for what you do.
Right, it's Japan. And the position that I take on empowerment is that there is no judgment. There is no judgment. All of us have been through certain experiences in our lives. And so it's important to find other ways of helping ourselves, finding and creating opportunities to express and show love and to connect. The very reason why we are even on your platform now is because of the love that we both have for a mutual friend. And so our love for our mutual friend is why you and I created the time to have this special moment together. And that is the power of positive relationships. And in my book, I talk about the importance of good relationships and the power they have. Indeed, good relationships are more valuable than money, than platinum, than diamonds, because they connect with us in a way that cannot be quantified financially. And that's a beautiful thing.
That's true. So you said we are all energy. So this same energy is holding up. How can I say that? Is that
yes,
the relationship will give such a high energy that it will help me to maintain my life to a high level of energy, which is at the same time love, wisdom, and all that. Is that where the idea is going right now?
Exactly where it's going. Exactly where it's going. And when we are able to understand that we are energy having a physical experience.
Having a physical experience.
Right? Energy having a physical experience, then we know that once we are able to guide and protect and nurture our energy level, then we see the physical manifestation. Because when we appreciate how sacred energy and consciousness is, then we will think carefully about how we live, what we wear, what we eat, the thoughts we think, the people we connect with. And then, like a ripple effect, we can impact the world. And this is the essence, Noemi, of what empowerment strategies is about.
I was about to ask you a message for the world, but you just said it in such beautiful words. But if you want to add something to that and to send a message to everybody, please do.
What I would suggest, Naomi, is this. I would say to your listeners worldwide, appreciate and value who you are as you are. You are special. There's no mistake in the way you look, how you think, where you live. So love and appreciate and embrace yourself as you are, your culture, the foods you have, everything about you. And now think of where you want to be and start making small, consistent steps. Value the friendships you have around you. Appreciate how far you have come. And in spite of everything you've been through, you are still here right now in this place. And so start where you are, loving yourself, holding positive thoughts. Indeed, Naomi, I'll close with this. Actually, if you are not visually impaired, look at yourself in the mirror. Look deep into your eyes, into your soul. If you are visually impaired, imagine how you are and hold that in your mind. Either way, see yourself, whether visually or spiritually. See yourself as you want to be and start making consistent steps towards what you see in your mind. That is what I would share with you and your viewers, Naomi. And Naomi, I appreciate you. I have pure love for you. And I thank you for this very special moment that we have had together.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the interview. And you are special. We are special. I am special. We remember that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there is a lot to go on, but we keep in touch.
Indeed.
I was thinking about, yeah, we are special, not only physically, but on all levels. And that's nice to remember. We are pure light. It really touched me.
Likewise. Likewise.
Keep in touch. And we have the website, we have the book. And for sure next year we will go on with more. Indeed. Definitely, and more contacts all around the world. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, dear Malik, and all the best.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Wow, pues qué interesante este empoderamiento, de verdad.
Yeah, really good, that empowerment, yes. And not only with adults, also with children under 5 years old. También con niños pequeños, ¿no? No solo con los adultos.
Desde 5 años.
Sí, más pequeños de 5 años. Como desde los 2 hasta los 4 años, dijo. Y muy bonito cómo lo hace con historias. Crea historias y muestra palabras que los niños nunca han escuchado.
Bueno, y también habla sobre el agradecimiento, la flexibilidad y el perdón. Pero el perdón de uno mismo.
Yes, he talks as well about appreciation, flexibility, and forgiveness of the self.
Voy a poner de nuevo.
Sí. Sí, dale.
Voy a poner la página website www.malikmohammad.com.
So this is his website. If you're interested in knowing more about his work.
Y el libro del que habló,
and the book,
Coffee and Contemplation.
He told us about it's Coffee and Contemplation. Café y Contemplación.
Qué lindo título. Y bueno, ahorita Noé está ya por... Aquí la tengo. Es que bueno, estamos en vivo, estamos en varios países y de repente la red... Y bueno, vamos a...
So
Sí,
Noe
vamos
is
a hacer,
coming. It's because that we are live, so she's got connection problems. That's why she's not here right now.
sí, voy a pasar algunos comentarios para ver si Noé nos alcanza desde su celular.
So let's read some comments.
Dice Mechita Alejandra, hola Noemí, Karina y Laura, gracias por hacer este maratón y posible. Hermosas las historias, hay mucho amor en todo el mundo. Me siento más conectada con tan solo ver las entrevistas. No hay distancias en el corazón. Cultura de paz. Saludos desde Londres.
Well, Mechita from London is telling us hello. Noemi, Karina, and Laura, thank you for making this marathon possible. Beautiful stories. There is lots of love in the whole world. I feel very connected just to see your interviews, and there is no distance in the heart. Culture of peace. Greetings from London.
Sí. Y también Silvia Lojano, qué impactante lo que nos comparte Malik. Me tocó el corazón y la conciencia, lo amo. Gracias por existir y compartirse.
There is a huge impact in me about what Malik shared with us. It really touched my heart and consciousness. I love him. Thank you for being here and share himself.
Sí, y bueno, vamos a dejar a China para que venga Noemí y nos comente sobre esas historias de China. Y mientras seguimos en Reino Unido con el doctor Adam Trevor.
Okay, so now we continue in the UK with Dr. Adam Trevor.
Con la educación ahora.
With education now. Lo vimos ayer, ¿no? Yesterday we watched an interview, the first part. So now we're watching the second part.
Yeah.
Ahora vemos la segunda parte. Y luego con China.
Sí, después con China.
And after this we go to China.
Yes, we are back in the big marathon in the UK with Reverend Dr. Trevor Adams, right?
Yes.
And we did the part one, but for people who didn't see yet the part one or watch the part one, would you like to introduce yourself? And I do recommend we go back to the part one for everybody who is watching, who is watching us. So we have the background, but please, would you like to start now? And we have many questions for you again.
No, thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me here again. It's such a privilege to be able to share. But I'm Reverend Dr. Trevor Adams, living in the United Kingdom. Grew up in the United Kingdom from age 7, but previously I was actually born in Guyana, South America, and came to Britain when I was age 7. And I work within education. I work with children, young people, families, adults. I just love education. And I think everyone should be able to have the benefit of education.
Yes, in part one, we talked about the way you reach. I mean, it's an amazing story. Please watch it again. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, and see how the way to PhD, and more than that, how you were autodidact, how you passed through so many situations. And I forgot to ask you about Tai Chi and martial arts. That's part of education, right? Too.
Yeah, it was.
That, please.
Yeah, my martial arts in my teenage years, I threw myself into martial arts, and I found that I was very, very good at it. And Bruce Lee was my idol, as he was for many of us at that particular time. And I found that I could, the martial arts developed me and disciplined me. It taught me self-discipline, which I use in terms of education. And I understood the importance of self-discipline. Now, when you're younger and you look at something like Tai Chi, you think, well, oh, it's so slow. It's so, it flows so slow. It's not like what you see in the films, all the action. And when you're young, you want all of the action stuff. But then as you get older, you realize the wisdom that actually Tai Chi is very, very dynamic. It teaches you about that controlling your breathing, controlling your body. It teaches you how to think. It teaches you how to hold yourself upright, how your body is structured, and how the energy within your body can be utilized. So I teach it, and I have the privilege of teaching with elderly folks. But I'm a teacher, but I'm first and foremost a learner, because the more that you do Tai Chi, it's the more you realize that you need to learn. And that's what I love about it. It's something that can be done ongoing.
So that would be a good recommendation, like parents, teachers, and whoever is watching us, please consider martial arts for your children, but for yourself, especially Tai Chi if you are my age. Dr. Trevor, what about education? You mentioned once that education is linked to liberation, but you were talking of the liberation of the soul, and this is such a beautiful context. Can we start with this?
Yeah, I think when people think of education, they think of schooling and their experience of schooling. And so many people are put off education because what they put off is schooling, but not education. When I explain to them, education does not mean schooling. Schooling is one way of providing education, but education comes from the word educare, which means to bring out, to draw out, not to put in, but to draw out. It means then that each one of us, we have a particular leaning towards a gift or talent or an interest. It's just natural. You watch a child from a very, very young age, and you will be able to pick up what that child's interest is, whether the child will use their left hand or their right hand, and how you work with what the child brings into the world, because every child brings into the world something so precious for the world. So education, as I see it, is to draw out. In order for me to draw out, I've got to know you. I've got to know your interests. I've got to know your aspirations, your dream. What is it that you are interested in? But if we go back to ancient times, let's say we go back to the Egyptians, who were very dynamic educators. They had the saying, know thyself, know thyself, know thyself. And they had that because the purpose of education was for the development of self, development of the self for a greater good, a greater good. It was personal, but it was also social. It wasn't just simply about me learning things, but learning things so that I can contribute to the greater good, the greater good. And so it meant then that what we call subjects, maths, science, all the things we call subjects, they understood those things as disciplines, not subjects, disciplines. So if, for example, if you are a teacher, that's your discipline. If you're a doctor, that's your discipline. And the reason why it's your discipline is because you have disciplined yourself in terms of the training, in terms of the education, to get to the place where you are now this, okay? And so within, when we're talking about education, we have to be talking about the development of the individual for a greater good, enabling the individual to tap into their gifting, their talents, to bring their contribution to the world, their contribution to the world. And every single person that comes into the world comes in with gifting, talents, and abilities that education is designed to highlight help them to develop and help them to contribute to the world. Now, we talk about curriculum, and by the way, Naomi, lots of words that are English words are actually French words, by the way. Did you know that? That most words in
the fancy
English,
the fancy ones, and the are French words.
Yeah, most of the words, 60% plus words in English are French words, have their roots and origin in French. So if we take curriculum, for example, curriculum means life course, the course, your life course. And so we should be helping children to identify their gifting, their potential, and work with them on their life course. And so things like mathematics, things like science, it isn't about learning mathematics for the sake of learning mathematics, but mathematics should be taught so that you know yourself. Biology should be taught so that you know yourself. Geography should be taught so that you know yourself and how the environment in which you live in, how you're connected to your environment, and the importance of your environment to yourself and to other people within the world. So we all come into the world with gifts and talents and abilities and skills that is dormant, that is buried. And so education is about being able to identify those gifts and to be able to draw those gifts out. And this is why when I go into the schools and I'm working with children who are not working to what the schools see as their potential, I take a totally different approach. And when I go into the school, the first thing I say to the child, why do you think I'm there? Why am I there? And they would often say to me, it's because of their behavior. It's because they're at risk of being excluded from school. It's all the negative things that they see of themselves, that we have fed back to them as the system to tell them about themselves. And so what I do, I said to them, well, no, I don't work with children who misbehave. I don't work with children who get into trouble. I work with geniuses, children who are geniuses, but they don't know that they are geniuses. And I am come to bring out that genius inside of you. And they look at me surprised because nobody's ever seen them as geniuses. They only see the ones who are at the top of the class, getting the high marks as geniuses. And then I began to teach them, you have a brain. You have a brain. That your brain is designed to learn. It's designed to learn. And once you know how your brain works, you can then begin to learn as much as you would like. And then I asked him, then I asked him, what problems do you see in the world? Yeah, what problems do you see in the world? And they would say to me, they see wars, they would see violence, they see people killing each other, they would see racism, okay, they see poverty, they see all of those things. And these are children, they're aware of their world. And then I said to them, if you had the power to change things, which one would you change? And they would tell me. They would tell me. So for example, a child may say, well, I would change poverty. How would you change poverty? I will make sure that people have food. Wow. Or I will stop wars. How would you stop wars? Well, I would make sure that people become educated so that they, and so they tell me all of that.
Brilliant, because they reconnect with their purpose of life. Sorry, I interrupt you, but I mean, this is so brilliant, so brilliant. You reconnect them with the purpose, so now they have something to live for, and then the loop is back again. I mean,
yes, very much so.
And why I'm here and what I have to do.
That's because the soul looks for purpose. Look for purpose.
The purpose of the soul.
Yes, the purpose of the soul looks for purpose. Looking for meaning in life. Meaning in life. So many children are in school and cannot see any connection. Why am I here? I'm here because my parents say I have to come here, or the government says I have to come here.
And I have to.
And have to. So we look at purpose, the why, the reason why have you come into the world? We look at what is important to you. And then once I discover that, we then begin the journey. Okay, so what would you need to be able to be that person who can make that difference? Okay, and how do you think you will become that person who will make that difference? And then how could mathematics help you? How could science help you? How could geography help you? And they begin to start to work through those things and begin to link into the relevance of those disciplines to their life. So mathematics, for example, mathematics, most people tend to think mathematics is about numbers. And I explain to no, mathematics is about logic. Being able to think logically, okay? To be able to solve problems, think in a logical way. But mathematics is also a language. It's the language of science. You cannot do science without mathematics. And it's like, wow, sir, this is interesting. Why didn't anybody tell us this? Yeah, that mathematics, you are mathematics. What do you mean, sir? Well, how many hands do you have? How many fingers do you have? How many eyes do you have? How many ears do you have? You are mathematics. Your world is mathematics. Okay, and mathematics isn't just about numbers. Mathematics is about shapes. Mathematics, you can use letters to understand about mathematics, your heartbeat, that's mathematics. And then we begin to look at teaching them about the sciences, biology. You are biology. Biology is important so that you can know how to look after your body, look after yourself. And as you look after yourself, you know how to look after other people. And so they reconnect not only with their purpose, but a sense of purpose, that I can make a difference to the world. There is a difference I can make. My voice is important. And this is where the liberation comes into it. Because up to that point where they realize that they've got a contribution that they can make, their potential is imprisoned. Their potential is imprisoned. They don't know why they're here. They don't know that they have a sense of purpose, and they don't know that they can make a difference to the world. You can make a difference to the world. You can make a difference to another person's life. And so once they begin to see into the bigger purpose, it gives them a sense of purpose. It gives them a drive. It gives them a resilience. And that comes from, Nomi, for me, learning about myself, learning that my grandmother instilled some principles in my life, not just for me, not just for me. If it was for me, when I die, that's it, it's finished. But she instilled the principle that I'm here to make a difference to the world. That's how big my vision, my dream is to be, make a difference to the world. Now, making a difference to the world may be one person who then goes on to touch thousands of lives. But it's recognizing that there's a purpose that I have, and there is, and it's for me to now develop that purpose. So I now have to be my best teacher. I have to be my best teacher. I have to be able to teach myself now. So I'm not dependent on the teacher, but now I become the teacher. And this is where Paulo Freire.
I was about to ask you.
Right. Yes. I came across Paulo Freire's work on a training program that I went on called Training for Transformation. And I just love the idea of the teacher and the learner being both teacher and learner. Being both teacher and learner. And I saw that when the young people one day in the class asked me, "Sir, you are saying to us we are geniuses, but are you a genius, sir? Are you a genius, sir?"
What did you answer?
Well, you know what? I had to think before I answered.
That was challenging.
Yes, because I'm thinking, well, what do I really believe about me? What do I truly believe about me? Because I believe something totally different for them. I could see their potential and I want to encourage their potential. But when it came to me, it was no. But one of the boys said, of course, sir is a genius. He is a genius. Okay. And this is where when I did my doctorate, it helped me to see that there's a genius in everyone, that everyone is born intelligent, but it's what we define by being intelligent. So I explained this to a young person. If you was in England, we measure intelligence in a particular way, but we use that definition for everyone around the world. But if you was in a desert and you had to survive, it doesn't matter how many letters you have in front of your name or behind your name. You are going to have to know how to survive in that environment. You have to be intelligent in that environment, because your learning and education elsewhere is not going to teach you how to survive in that environment. And in that way, we begin to value people. We begin to value what other people bring to us as human beings, their knowledge, their skills, their wisdom, their understanding, how it enriches us as human beings. Not for us to say, well, actually, my education is better than yours, but to say, well, actually, no, education was a gift to humanity. It's a gift to humanity. Education enshrined in the United Nations human rights, that every child is entitled to education. But then that isn't necessarily happening. And so millions of children are being excluded from the opportunity to have an education where they are able to bring out their potential. And that really is a shame for the world, because many of those children may have the solution to many of the world's problems. They may grow up to come up with the answers to many of the world problems. They may come into the world with a solution. And if we recognize the value of every child, we would then be able to see that this child may well have the solution to the problems that we are having.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I can't believe time is over again.
Wow.
Maybe one day we'll go to part 3. But to close this part at least, which is not closing because it's endless, but at least to finish with a message. In honor to your grandmother, would you like to send a message to the grandmother and the grandfather of the world? Because they are watching this program too, and they are very concerned about the future and their grandchildren.
Yeah. To all grandmothers and grandfathers, don't think that because you are at your age, you don't have anything to give. You are at the age of wisdom, where your knowledge and your experience is what your grandchildren need. Your understanding of the world, what you have seen, what you have been through, because you are also history. So spend time with your grandchildren. To share with them your knowledge, because lots of that knowledge they will not learn in school, but will be very, very important to their life and their future. So grandparents, it's not over, it's beginning. You are important to your child's education.
Thank you so much. And again, we keep in touch. All the best for you. And
thank you very much.
For all your project and all the beautiful work you do in the UK and around the world. And Dr. Trevor, we keep in touch, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Qué interesante. Es que todo, Noé, de verdad. Gracias por traernos esta información y compartir.
Noé, thank you for bringing us all this information and sharing with us with all these interviews.
Gracias
Sí,
a todos
Joana.
los participantes, porque son todos increíbles, la verdad. Fue un honor para mí y para Pedagogía 3000.
Thank you for all the people that participate on these interviews. It was an honor. And it's good for Education 3000.
Sí. Joana Moyano dice, magnífica información del doctor Trevor.
Wonderful information from Dr. Trevor.
Y qué interesante sobre la educación que dijo, ¿no? Que la educación no es poner, sino sacar.
Yeah, what he said about education is not to put inside, but to take from, take out.
Y entonces dice, bueno, yo creo que la educación de ahora está muy preocupado o estamos muy preocupados como maestros en dar información, en dar conocimiento, dar. Y están llenando planas y están copiando, pegando.
Yes.
Y nunca llegamos a esa introspección, a preguntarles qué piensan sobre eso.
Yeah, it's very different how we see education sometimes now, unfortunately, because we want to give information to the children and make them just copy or just give them the knowledge, but actually they don't get to really think like beyond.
Y también dice que tiene que ser retroalimentado.
There must be a feedback.
Y valorar los aportes de cada uno.
Yes, and to give value to everyone as a person. Yeah. Él dijo algo así como identificar los regalos que cada uno tiene, como las fortalezas. So identify the gifts that we come with to this world.
Así es, dice Joana, sacar el potencial que cada ser humano tiene.
Yes, to identify the potential and make it boost, yeah, from everyone, each of the children, yes.
Gracias por este maratón, es impresionante. Gracias a ustedes, Noé, Karina y Laura, por manifestar esta experiencia maravillosa de aprendizaje y recordar nuestra maestría interna.
Well, thank you for this marathon. Very impressive. Thank you to Noe, Karina, and Laura to make this experience very wonderful with lots of knowledge and to remember our inner, our inner maestría. ¿Cómo se diría eso, Noe? Power, I suppose, inner power.
Yes.
Y bueno, por último, saludos desde Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Doris, greetings from Venezuela.
Saludos.
Ok, bueno, Noé, vamos a China. Cuéntanos ahí.
Now we go to China. Tell
Les
us
comento
something.
que China es bien difícil tener la entrevista allá por el cambio de horario, pero también porque allá no hay el mismo internet, entonces nos mandaron videos.
So in China it was a bit difficult to have the interview because of the time difference and the internet connection. So they sent us videos.
They are very short because it was by WeChat, so they allow very short videos, but we have some images.
Son muy cortos porque WeChat no dejaba compartir videos largos, pero son muy... ¿Qué dijiste al final?
Pero tenemos imágenes.
Pero hay imágenes, tenemos imágenes.
Sí, es una escuela que amo, que para mí es increíble. Se llama Aurora International Academy.
It's a school that Noemi loves, and it's called Aurora International Academy.
En Beijing, China.
en Pekín.
Y me fui 2 veces allá.
Noemi has been there twice.
Pues es impresionante todo lo que hacen. Es como una escuela de los 7 pétalos, hasta mejor. Es muy profundo las materias y muy bien pensado y bien sentido.
They do a great job in this school. She says it could even be better than a school, 7-petal school. And the subjects go very deeply.
For instance, they have a meditation with a teacher. It's not they hire a yoga teacher. The same teacher at 1 o'clock, they go on the floor and they do small meditations, the center inside. Brilliant.
Por ejemplo, ellos hacen una meditación a la 1 de la tarde, entonces están todos reunidos y van hacia adentro.
Y el truco es que no contrata a alguien para dar la meditación. El mismo profesor lo hace con los niños, lo conduce.
And the trick is that they don't have someone from outside to give this meditation. Is the teacher, the same teacher that leads this meditation.
Porque el profesor tiene que darle el ejemplo, pues.
Because the teacher needs to give the example.
Otro ejemplo, they go on trips every year. They plan all the children, they plan the trip, they do the trip inside China and outside China every year.
Todos los años ellos planean viajes, salidas de campo en China y fuera de China. Todos los años.
Y es planificado por los niños, niñas.
Well, and it's organized by the children.
Otro ejemplo, y voy a intentar ir más rápido, pero they have a recycle center, un centro de acopio, donde los niños gestionan todos los artículos reciclados, como ropa, juguetes, cosas en buen estado, pero que ya no utiliza, y lo distribuye a los niños del barrio y a ellos mismos. Ellos mismos están a cargo del acopio y de la redistribución. Eso es genial.
They have a recycling center and is organized by themselves, by the children. And what they do is that they gather all the waste, all the recycling things, and then they distribute it to the neighbors.
So they have social consciousness, awareness from very little.
Entonces tienen esta conciencia social desde muy temprana edad.
Bueno, y después hacen todo, medicina china.
Wow, the traditional Chinese medicine.
Tai Chi.
Wow.
Caligrafía.
Writing. Wow.
And they are very, very respectful. I went twice to the school. They are so respectful, so beautiful.
Son muy respetuosos en el colegio. Noemi estaba ya 2 veces. Le encanta. Yo también quiero ir. I want to go.
Ingeniería para niños de 4 años.
¿Cómo dijiste? ¿Qué dijiste?
Ingeniería para niños de 4 años.
¿Tienen qué?
Ingeniería.
Okay. They've got engineering lessons for children that are 4 years old. Wow.
Acupuncture.
Acupuntura.
Then they can know digipuncture.
Acupressure.
Sí. Acoprensión.
Acupuntura.
Acupuntura, acupressure. ¿No?
Sí.
¿Cómo se dice? Bueno, no con agujas, sino con
presión.
We put the program only on this school. And in fact, actually, in the previous marathon, the wife, la esposa de León, del director, nos dio una interview. Ella logró tener Zoom. Su nombre es Can. So, sí. Entonces, les invitamos a ver en los maratones de antes la entrevista de Can de Ahora Academy International.
Can es el esposo, ¿es la esposa del director?
Sí. El director es León.
Okay, so the principal is Leon, and his wife is Can, and Noemi's telling us that there is an interview in previous marathons where she is interviewing her.
And it's beautiful, beautiful. I almost cried.
Qué fue hermosa y casi lloró Noé. Se emocionó mucho.
Pues vamos a ver las imágenes.
So let's see the images.
So, observa aquí las banderas de todos los países del mundo, porque hacen básquetbol, pero es también para cultura de paz mundial. Todas las banderas están aquí arriba.
So let's see on the top, we can see the world flags. They do basketball, but this is for a peace culture.
And of course, all the children, they want to do sport. So, another
Claro,
one.
todos los niños quieren hacer deporte. Vamos a ver otro.
Les dije, era muy corto, ¿eh?
I said it was really short.
Here es para enseñar la labor en equipo. Mira que no están con el típico pupitre y todo eso. Laboran juntos al piso y colaboran.
Yeah, here we can see the teamwork, how they teach them to work together.
Ni idea de lo que hacen, ni idea.
No idea what they're doing. Oh,
Después esto es caligrafía.
so this is the writing.
Which is very good for the right brain. Muy bueno para el hemisferio derecho.
¿Y ya?
¿Y no hay más? Pero nos invitó, Leo nos invitó a China a ver la escuela.
¿Vamos a ir? Por supuesto que sí.
So
Tenemos
Leo,
que desde allá.
Simposio internacional.
so Leo invited us to go to the school. ¿Qué fue lo último que dijiste?
Y nos invita a hacer un simposio internacional en Beijing.
¿Un qué, perdón?
Un simposio.
¿Puedes explicar un poco qué
Un
es?
simposio, un congreso.
Ah, Congress. Okay. And they're inviting us to arrange a Congress in Beijing.
Y tenemos que ir, Laura, para traducir y para transmitir desde allá.
Yo feliz. I go to.
Así que a preparar su mandarín.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do it. Ni hao. Ni hao ma.
Y bueno, pues seguimos con Reino Unido.
So now we continue with the United Kingdom.
Con Philip Kais.
Es un special guest, es una persona también special guest, Philip Skykes. And it's about the British School of Etiquette and Manners. This was very interesting. I was afraid to do the interview because I was afraid not to have the proper manners. And it talks
Es un
about...
colegio que nos enseña sobre la etiqueta. Y Noé tenía un poquito de miedo de hacer esta entrevista. ¿Por qué Noé?
Me comporto bien. Y también habla mucho de la inteligencia emocional, que es fabuloso.
That tells us about the emotional intelligence as well.
Y cómo poder alcanzar tus sueños.
And how to achieve your dreams.
So, muchas gracias, Philip, por la entrevista.
Thank you, Philip, for the interview.
Vamos a verla.
Let's watch it.
¿Cómo dices en español, escuela de etiquette and manners? Es lo mismo, ¿no?
Sí, es de etiqueta y buenas maneras, buenos hábitos, tal vez.
Good manners.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our big marathon 3000. And yes, we are back in the UK with a wonderful person called Phillips Skykes. And he's a founder of the British School of Etiquette and Building Confidence, and a lot of nice core ideas we are going to share. Hello, dear Phillips. How are you?
Salut, bonsoir, hello, Naomi, hello. What a pleasure to engage with you.
And we're in London, UK. And please, would you like to introduce yourself and what you do with the British School of Etiquette? It's a very nice, etiquette is very nice.
Yeah, well, thank you for
your
your
name, but it involves so much things behind.
Yes. So the vision and focus of the British School of Etiquette is very much about bringing people together and learning from one another, instilling each other's cultures within ourselves and learning the good from one another and incorporating it and being able to really connect with people on respecting one another through our cultural differences. You know, only so many people, and especially more so now than ever before, my vision and focus for the British School of Etiquette is very much about not only benefiting and bettering ourselves, but instilling this in our children so that they can become more dynamic and more confident, and this will continue through generations and generations to come. And as you know, for me, there's one race, and that's the human race. And I absolutely vindicate that we need to put the past behind us. We need to be very present in the future right now, or in this moment right now, and we need to sort of focus on helping us develop and build a better future for us. So the British School of Etiquette was, you know, a lot of people look at the name and they think, oh, it's etiquette and manners, it's all for the posh people. Well, it's not. You know, etiquette and manners are the most powerful tools we can incorporate into our lives, along with obviously our emotional intelligence. And it's something that I really want people to understand, that this is not a nice to have. This is an absolute must, and it's a need to have. Because as I shared with you earlier, Clarence Thomas wrote, good manners will open doors that the best education cannot. And I totally agree with that. I would actually change that slightly, and I would put there, good manners will often open doors that the best education cannot, because I fully believe in continued professional development. Continued learning is fundamental in all our lives. The more we can learn, the more we can help and teach other people.
Definitely. And respect will lead automatically to peace culture. We really need peace around the world. How can what is the mechanism from respecting and then to build up those new paradigms of education and peace around the world?
Great question. I think the moment you understand the power of etiquette and manners and the core of etiquette and manners and emotional intelligence, it gives you a mindset that is very, very dynamic, very positive, very open and very clear and very receptive. So as we all know, many people look at it as having a growth mindset. So it's receiving and learning and changing and developing and becoming that much more dynamic as an individual, always looking for ways to improve. And one thing I make very clear to our students is that it's not about being perfect, because perfection, we are human beings, we are not perfect, we make mistakes and we learn from those mistakes. It's really very much about being better than yesterday. You know, be better than you were yesterday. Look to do something different today. How can I be that much better? How can I be that much more dynamic? What else can I do? And go out there and have a what can I do for you attitude. Naomi, a while ago, someone asked me and they said, Philip, give us an understanding of what is etiquette and manners to you? And I came along and I said, you know, for me, it's very much about, in a world where we can be anything, be kind. That was number one. Number two was very much focused on having a what can I do for you attitude. How can I help you? How can I support you? Is there anything that I can enable or do right now for you? The third one was very much focused on putting people at ease and making people feel comfortable in a very short space of time. And the fourth one was very much along the following lines of, if we all do a random act of kindness on a daily basis, we may just set the world in the right direction. So that really is, for me, the core on all of this.
And I remember you said about the importance of emotional intelligence and the respect. How does it work as well?
Well,
emotional intelligence.
Again, the head and the heart are totally connected. And emotional intelligence is such a powerful, every single one of us has the ability to grow and develop our EQ. And this is down to how do we motivate ourselves, our empathy, our sort of social engagement, our whole mindset is based around why do we behave the way we behave? Why do we react in that way? Why do we treat people in such a way? And when you get and delve into the understanding of what EQ really does for you and is able to do for you, you can just grow exponentially. Your relationships become better. And that's not only just your personal relationship, that's with your friends, that's in your business. I mean, this for me is just when you develop your EQ, you can start to soar like a bird. And funny enough, it was in a research recently done in the USA, they interviewed I think it was around 2 million people. And the research gave some incredible findings. One of them was that people with a very high level of emotional intelligence or good EQ are actually earning between $25,000 and $35,000 more a year than their fellow colleagues who have low or lack of EQ.
So interesting.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, you know, this is an area that I think, no disrespect, but you and I, you know, we have an era where we were pigeonholed into doing something because that's what the right thing to do, but it might not have been right for us. You know, for example, why were you pushed into studying, let's say, geography when you would have been better doing history, for example, or you were more musical than you were, let's say, academic. And this is another area of our lives that we need to understand, and we need to look at every single child in this world, is look at their strengths and understand how to engage with them on that level, how to build them up and build their confidence in where their strengths lie, rather than trying to force them down a road that takes them completely in a different direction, which lands up actually crippling them somewhere along the line.
That's correct. And make that EQ for everybody with other languages, emotional quotient, right?
Yeah, exactly. So emotional intelligence, correct.
EQ.
Correct, or IQ, people like to call it EQ or EI. EI or EQ is that's the common.
That's an emotional intelligence or emotional quotient.
Correct, 100%. So,
Yeah,
within this as well lies the spiritual intelligence. You know, how are we connecting with people on a spiritual level, whether you believe in God or you believe in Jesus or you believe in whatever religion you follow, there's a huge element of SQ, spiritual intelligence, and, you know, gratitude. This is another journey we take people on, is understanding the power and the importance of gratitude. So again, I think all of this combined, when people really start to, you know, just even if you're scratching the surface, you will see the huge benefits on how this can take you to a completely different level. And again, I think this is another area that, for me, I love the expression that we're one person, one opportunity away from someone changing our lives for the rest of our lives. And why? Because we stand out for the right reasons rather than the wrong reasons. And that for me is very strong and very powerful.
So it will go together like with netting or co-creating network exchanges with positive people, positive attitude, positive thought and actions. Can you tell us a bit more about how to be positive and how to network or to do this connection with this positive attitude? Because it's very strong.
It's huge, and really for me, it really is very much about, we all have the opportunity to absolutely, just turning this on to silent, sorry, it shouldn't have been on. And we all have such an opportunity to work on our mindset, and this is the beauty about educating ourselves. Everyone out there, my guidance and steering to anybody is take time to surround yourself, with positive people. B, separate yourself from negative people. And unfortunately, the hard pill sometimes is it could even be a family member. And now I know you can't just get rid of a family member, you might just distance yourself. And I'm not ever going to advocate divorce or separation, but in some circumstances, when you're pushed down and you're belittled and you're dominated, and you know, you've got to take a choice. You do not need to stick around people who do not build you up and grow you and give you the opportunity to spread your wings. So anyone who's out there who's feeling claustrophobic, who're feeling completely smothered, you really need to start looking at the ability. Every single one of us have a choice each day. And that choice is a tough pill to swallow sometimes. And I've been there. No one has a plain road. No one's had a red carpet. Maybe some people have more red carpet treatment than others, maybe, but no one's had plain sailing. So, I'm talking from experience, and something that I truly advocate in anybody's life is bringing gratitude into our lives. It is so powerful, and something that is just, I don't think people actually understand how fortunate they really are. The fact that you can put some bread on the table or have a roof over your head, you're in the top 89 to 90%, if not higher, of the world's most fortunate people. When you put that into perspective, that's quite frightening. So I think we as human beings, we're always moaning about what we don't have rather than actually realizing what we do have. And that's where I think the gratitude is such a powerful tool to help you shift your mindset into positivity. I do it every morning. I go on a gratitude journey every single morning, call it prayer, call it gratitude, but I literally say thank you for each opportunity that I'm offered and given. Thank you for the roof above my head. Thank you for that glass of water I'm going to have today, cup of tea. Thank you for my beautiful health and my family. And so there's so many positives to really be helping you shift your mindset. And this is a core element, but like everything, this takes huge practice. There's no magic abracadabra, poof, and the bunny rabbit jumps out the hat. This really takes a lot of hard work, but it's so worth it. The returns, the dividends are immense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's our life. I can see you are in your studio and you have many activities. I can see your green chromo.
Yeah.
What do you do, especially this year with British School of Etiquette? What kind of activities? What do you recommend us for the exchange? What can we do us to be part of that?
Sure. So the studio was we were forced, like I'm sure you were, many organizations were, to set up a studio because we've had to pivot. And what was obviously originally up until March this year, we were doing all our coaching predominantly face-to-face. But I think in this world we live in right now, you can always take the positives and the negatives. And some of the positives for our organization, it's given us the confidence and the ability to be able to deliver our coaching programs through Zoom, which is obviously one of the most popular mediums. And people are getting so much value from it. And like you and I are talking in completely different parts of the world. There's a 4-hour time difference, yet we are able to converse and connect. And funny enough, this evening, we started a program last night called The Polished Professional. And that is our business etiquette course. So these are people out in the world who really want to elevate themselves to a next level within their own personal growth, but again in their business world, and how can they put the best foot forward and become that much more dynamic. And they're using this time now in lockdown to grow themselves and build themselves. And so this evening at 5 o'clock, I kick off again for an hour and a half. We've got 3 1.5-hour sessions, and we've got people coming in from Colombia, from India,
Wow.
from the UAE, as in Saudi Arabia. We've got a couple of people coming in from England, and a couple of people coming in from the USA and Germany as well. And it's just phenomenal that we can deliver this with the same actually huge impact. And it gives people to be very in the room for that hour and a half, very focused and very connected. Yes, I miss the people connection and being in the same room as people. Obviously, I think we all do, because we as human beings, we need the physical touch. We need that physical energy and bouncing it off one another. But the next best thing is, as you know, is running these programs through Zoom. And we've developed a brand called Etiquette, which is our children's etiquette program, and it's a trademark name. And Etiquette, we focus on children starting roughly from 5.5, 6 years old to 12. And that is just giving them some really wonderful guidance, steering, and core principles and skills. We start to introduce mindset, and we start to introduce the EQ, the emotional intelligence side of things, but not in a very sort of, oh, you're going to be learning emotional intelligence now. We drip feed some ways of achieving things. So one of the things we bring into play with our children and with adults and with teenagers and with everybody is, I love to introducing our 6-second rule. When you get frustrated, stop and think for 6 seconds, count to 6, pause, then engage. And the amount of value, if there's one golden nugget that the children walk away from the Kiddie Kid course, then we've done a great job. But they get many golden nuggets. We then move into the Mindset and Manners, which again is a trademark name, and that's our teenage program, where we focus obviously on manners and etiquette, but we start giving the teenagers some core principles and skills and that mindset growth, and really looking at things from a completely different angle, and very much to understand that even though you're in a world that's instant gratification, you expect instant gratification and everything's instant, you really need to understand to be more present and really to work on your mindset and to look at things differently. We share with them that 75% of your thoughts are negative. You need to shift that into positivity. We share with them that this word fear actually stands for false evidence appearing real, that actually 75 to 80% of what we worry about never actually takes place or falls into action. And then we move obviously into all the adult courses, social and business etiquette. We run our flagship program every sort of 5 weeks, which is our Train the Trainer program. And we've had over 78 people come through our Train the Trainer program from all over the world. And it's a 5-day intense program where we work on the delivery of what we deliver, and teaching them and guiding them on how they can go out and run their own courses and run their own schools or join the British School of Etiquette. And I have to mention that we as an organization were the first organization in our industry to ever become officially accredited by educational awarding bodies. There are other schools now who followed in our footsteps, but we are still the market leader in our industry. We are registered and accredited by the Institute of Leadership and Management. We are a continued professional development provider. We are ILM City and Guilds accredited and registered as well. No other organization in our industry holds that accolade. And we're also investors in people. So everything people, when they come through our programs and courses, they actually get official, registered, regulated certificates. So and the material that goes along with that. So everything we do, I suppose, Naomi, is all about growth and confidence and really giving people the real core understanding of the power of etiquette and manners and growing and building your emotional intelligence.
I'm sure people are going to ask how to be in contact with you. Any website, email, Facebook?
Absolutely. So we've got a fantastic social media platform. If everyone goes to our website, which is the 3 W's obviously, and it's thebritishschoolofetiquette.com. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, you'll be able to connect on all our social media. We've got a fantastic Facebook, again, adding huge value. So wonderful articles, lovely, lots of information. We've got a fantastic Instagram platform. We've got an amazing YouTube channel which has got some amazing content on there. So we've run some fantastic webinars this year. They've been recorded and they're there. They are free for you to look at. Things like,
thank you.
We've done incredible things on emotional intelligence and creative thinking. Those are the next callings that any company out there are looking for, people with strong emotional intelligence and creative thinkers. This is phenomenal. We talk about developing your EQ. We talk about the power of etiquette and manners and EQ, the crossover. So again, anyone who's interested in what we have to offer, it's all out there on social media, and it's there for you to take and incorporate it into your life.
So if we type British School of Etiquette, I can go to Facebook, to Instagram, the website.
No, I mean, it's the THE, the British School of Etiquette. The THE, the. It's the British School of Etiquette.
We put down the.
Yeah, that is it. And then again, yeah, the British School of Etiquette, and it's Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Pinterest.
Beautiful. And thank you to put all this material for everybody.
It's all there.
That's nice.
It really is. And we're also on LinkedIn as well. So for business growth and development, we're very fortunate that we work with some corporates out there, helping them build their teams, better customer experience, better customer service, hospitality sector, the retail sector. So it's really amazing. You know, etiquette and manners belong in everything we do. And again, I'm going to reiterate, this is something that we can all, you know, you can come from the favelas of Brazil to the squatter camps in Africa, to the slums of India, to the poorest places in any part of the world. But I truly, absolutely vindicate that if you bolt on etiquette and manners in your life and you treat people in an amazing way, boom, you can fly. You can absolutely fly, 100%.
And you can connect with everybody.
Absolutely, 100%.
What would be a little message to close the interview? What would you tell the parents and the teachers? Something very important for the teachers and parents who are looking at the program right now.
And thank you for this opportunity. For me, it's about we as adults having the responsibility to guide and steer our children. And we're the shepherd, you know, and we borrow our children. Only very, you know, they come and unfortunately they grow up too quickly. I've got a 6.5-year-old and I just want to put an anti-grow in his food. So he's just, you know, and I'm just, you know, it's just something that every single one of us, you know, the moment we speak, we give life to our words. So when we speak, let's speak beautiful words into our kids and to the people around us. Because the moment you speak, I've heard it, you've heard it, and you can cripple someone from a very sharp tongue and from not learning to think before we speak. And this takes huge practice, you know, and not accusing people, being gentle with people and being gentle with yourself. I think we're all very hard on ourselves and we often beat ourselves up because we feel we haven't achieved something, when if we stop every now and then and look at where we are in our lives and what we've achieved and what we can do for other people, this is huge. And I would love to sort of finish off by, you know, sharing and asking yourself one question: what is my purpose in life? What am I here for? And I wrote down many years ago the purpose of my life, and I would love to share that with you. And it goes along the following lines: the purpose of my life is to be very much alive and joyful, to be present with energy and passion, to embrace and appreciate those close to me, to learn and grow and work with people so that I can inspire and help them, you know, to live a fuller life, to love more abundantly, and to make a greater difference in the world now and forever. So that is my guiding, that's my purpose, that's my why. And if we all understand what the importance, and I think the key point is here is find your vision, find your focus and your passion, and go out there and live it, because this is what life is all about.
So everybody, find your passion and live it.
Absolutely.
It's up to us.
It
We
is
are
up
not
to
victims.
100%.
Thank you so much, dear Philip, for your time. We were with the British School of Etiquette and Manners, and much beyond etiquette. It's an old word that you opened for us. And we do keep in touch.
Thank you, Naomi.
Wish you all the best. Not too cold the winter.
No, thank you, Naomi.
in the UK. And we keep in touch, definitely.
And just,
thank you.
Naomi, your smile would light up a room. And I think everyone in the world never stop smiling. The smile is one of the most beautiful gifts you can give someone. It elevates you and it just kills someone in the nicest possible way, kills them with passion and kindness. And it's just an amazing energy that we can all do and give. You know, connecting with people with an amazing smile is just one of the most beautiful things we can do. So that smile, Naomi, you could light up a room.
Thank you to you. Thank you for this beautiful interview. You take care.
Thank you, Naomi. Merci.
Bye-bye. Au revoir.
Bye.
Ok, qué correcto. Gracias por enseñarnos etiqueta.
Thank you for teaching us the etiquette and manners.
Bueno, pero más allá del buen comportamiento, me quedo pensamientos y acciones positivas.
So, going beyond the good manners, what Karina has, like she keeps is, ¿qué fue lo que dijiste?
Pensamientos y acciones positivas.
Okay, thoughts and actions, positive thoughts and actions.
Y teniendo esta inteligencia emocional y este pensamiento creativo, boom.
Yes, so having this emotional intelligence and creative thinking, just we can do boom. Yes.
Y también el intercambio.
Alguien con interés emocional gana $25,000 más al año. Eso me gustó.
That's true. Yeah, somebody that knows, that has a high EQ, intelligent emotional intelligence, like a score, that can earn more money than somebody that doesn't. Yes. I like what he said, that treat people the right way. Me gustó lo que dijo, tratar a las personas correctamente. And we also get back this gratitude and love yourself. Vuelve, como en varias entrevistas vemos mucho esto, como el agradecer y apreciar y el amor propio.
Sí, y también habla sobre esta responsabilidad de nosotros los grandes de dirigir a los pequeños.
Yeah, he talks also about the responsibility we have to guide the children.
Dice, hablando de Laura, lo que dijiste, la gratitud es una herramienta muy poderosa que todo ser humano debería de desarrollar. Un saludo desde España.
So Joanna is saying gratitude is a very powerful tool that every human being should develop. Greetings from Spain. Es como el comienzo, ¿no? Para mí es como la semillita.
Sí.
For me it's like the seed, gratitude.
Es como un círculo, ¿no? Porque abres con la gratitud, pero también cuando cierras es gratitud.
It's like a circle because you start with gratitude, but when you close it, when you finish, you also have the gratitude.
Sí. Bueno, pues ahora vamos a Lituania.
Sí. Una palabra para papá y mamá antes de ir a Lituania. Mientras tanto, mira en Google dónde queda. El primero que nos dice en el comentario va a ganar. No, eso es competitivo. Pero busque dónde queda Lituania. Mientras tanto, una palabra para papá y mamá.
So try to find on Google where is Lithuania. No sé ni siquiera cómo pronunciar. Lithuania. I think it's Lithuania.
Lithuania.
Lithuania, I think. Lithuania.
So find what it is, and meanwhile, I want to tell something for the parents. No es porque tu niño es pequeño que no se le habla con respecto a maneras de etiqueta.
It's not because your child is small that you shouldn't speak with him or her in good manners.
Por favor, gracias. Si te parece, hacemos eso. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Thank you. What do you think? How do you feel?
Hay un niño, es muy corta, mientras tanto busca Lituania. El paraguas estaba arriba y empezaba a llover. Entonces el papá, antes de salir, dice al chiquito, anda a buscar el paraguas, rápido. El chiquito, muy chiquito, 4 años. Papi, ¿me lo puedes refrasear? Y el papá, por favor, Pedro, si no te molesta, puedes ir a buscar el paraguas, gracias. Y el chiquito se fue. ¡Qué lección! ¡Qué lección!
So this is a lesson that Naomi is sharing with us. There's the dad is telling his son, so go quickly to find the umbrella. And the child says, can you say that again? And then he learned the lesson, like, please, can you go and get the umbrella? It's a huge lesson, yes.
Okay, so everybody where it is. Let me see the comments. No, nobody.
No, ahorita ya pasamos todos los comentarios. Y estamos a 3 horas del maratón. Vamos con Lituania y después a un baile.
So 3 hours left till the end of this marathon, and we go to Lithuania. And then the dancing.
Yeah, and then a Chinese dance, very active dance. So be ready.
Taiwanese.
Taiwanese, yes.
Ya.
Un baile
Bueno,
de
entonces,
Taiwán.
sí, vamos a pasar un fragmento del video, después haremos una pausa y para complementar la información pasaremos un PowerPoint.
So we will show you the video and then we will pause it and then there will be some slides.
Sí.
And the name of the friend is Algirdas Morkuras from Lithuania. He lives in London, UK. And I really love his thought about a new and at the same time ancestral education as a beautiful vision.
Él tiene una visión muy bonita sobre la educación ancestral. Él es de Lituania y vive en el Reino Unido.
Everybody,
Hello.
welcome to our big marathon 3000, and I can't believe it. We are in Lithuania. Actually, Algirdas is in the UK, but you are from Lithuania. We are with Algirdas Morkunas, and I'm so happy you took some time to share your very nice ideas, wonderful ideas, and welcome. Do you want to present yourself? Do you want to present
Thank you. I'm Algirdas
who you are?
from Lithuania, and I'm a psychology graduate. In different education because I was one of the people going to school and they're bored and not interested and disappointed with the education system. So I have my little ideas of how I would imagine my education, and I'd like to present them to the world so perhaps they could be considered. I would base the education importance on a 2 to 7-year-old kids because then your strong fundamentals are essential to be recorded, and especially in this age they should develop certain activities, nurture the awareness, let's say, develop love for self and others, focus on certain values like compassion, mindfulness, and gratefulness, love, building on emotional intelligence, and work with the soft skills, work with communication as a group. So yeah, these things I think would be important to start with, and then obviously we would need to expand on ecological education and on how the world works. What impact do we have buying plastic packages, or what impact do we have with using paper, and etc. etc. So we should know where the plastic waste goes, and should we buy it or not, and building an understanding about the sustainable lifestyle possibility in the planet, and where we need to go essentially anyway.
So is that why you talk about a new era in education?
Yes, definitely yes, because the old school education is designed for the factory workers and for someone who's doing the same thing every day, and that's it. But as we see, humanity didn't go to somewhere good. We all are in a problem. The planet is struggling. The global warming is and everything is just telling that we're wrong. So yeah, I think we should definitely build love for the nature and work on such things like gardening classes for primary school kids, where they could learn to plant trees, grow vegetables, learn about which is doing what for you, and more like about tasting different things, smelling, getting to know how it comes to your table, and you don't need to go to shop or you need to depend on anyone. You can just purely depend on yourself and nature, relationship. So yeah, it's the same as well as you can, introduce them to seeing beauty instead of bad things anywhere they look, or like I don't know, teach them to design coloring books, anything. You know, kids are very different now than from the way our parents were. I think even from the way I grew up. So yeah, everything is changing rapidly, and if we have the same rights in the planet as any other living being, living cat or flower, so we need to teach them this equality. We need to teach them how to make choices in the lifestyle, in a relationship, in everything, in behavior.
What do you mean by any living beings?
So all the living beings have like a soul, and we all are connected, interconnected. We all are living as a one. It's like a drop in the sea, each of us. So the same cat has feelings, and the plant has feelings. It's just all these living beings are unseen. So many of them we are eating. You know, they're living in farms. They are mistreated, etc., etc. It's not only humans who are suffering. So it's just basically we should actually plant the free thought in kids in the frontal cortex, with discussing in groups what is what and why it is like that, and what can we do to change everything, instead of learning same old books and old truths.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of making them weaker, we need to teach them to help each other and how to take care of each other, you know.
I know you have a concept called dreaming groups. What do you mean by dreaming groups? How can it be done inside the new education?
So dreaming groups, basically, if we take a quantum reality perspective, anything what we can imagine, we can achieve.
Uh-huh.
So basically, dreaming would give you a chance to feel and see and visualize your target, and actually have a different journey towards the target. Whatever it would be, happiness or money or the career, anything, but it's just different because you're going through quantum flip perspective, and you're actually attracting it with the law of attraction sort of thing.
So do you think that children and young people is part of their education to know this quantum concept?
Of course, because the brain is developing.
Me too.
From 2 years to 7 years drastically, and the way they learn to reason that age and to logically think is very, very important.
Yeah.
It's vital for the future development. So the way they're gonna think and the way they're gonna learn to react, the way they're gonna learn to make a decisions or respond, everything is very important. So you just need to develop these skills the same as other skills.
Alcaraz, you're so bright. This is so good. What about exercise? What are your thoughts?
Exercising, like, I mean, sports, maybe not everyone is doing everything in full speed, but if people like it, they should do it. They should exercise, they should eat healthy, they should move, they should do breathing exercise, because movement, we are designed to move. We came from the pickers, from hunters, and now still working the ground. Our ancestors, all of them were moving, and they were always mainly hungry. And now we're eating and not moving. So obviously we have all the illnesses, obesity, heart diseases, all this prevalent in the society. In medicine do nothing about it, but it's just the lifestyle choice that changes. You can teach kids from early age to choose or to try, and you can see and make a choice on their own. instead of going to doctor after to take medicine. Yeah, so it's, you know, it introduced how actually the meat, fish, and the dairy production is happening in the world, and you know, and when they see the whole process, maybe they wouldn't even be interested to eat anything like chicken. It's just no one knows how the food comes to the table and what is in the food, what kind of chemicals the animals are eating, and that 80% of chemicals and drug pharmaceuticals goes to animals. Talk about it. But then if I'm healthy and I'm not eating medicine for myself, why should I eat medicine together with meat, with fish? So it's like it's a healthy food choice which kids need to know, and that's actually directly impacting your health. So planning your lifestyle, everything.
There is one more concept you talked about, which is a micro and micro universe. How can you explain us about that?
Can
you explain that to us?
Just basically practicing conscious thought, realizing that we're not the biggest, we're not the smallest, that we are mainly just a drop in a chain, and that we are one. It's like the same like how to and building an understanding how we can switch our bad genes off and good on just purely by positive thinking and affirmations. So it's the same like, you know, giving back power to people. They just need to realize where they are at, that they're in the middle of everything, and they have to do something to change, to develop, to become better, to jump to 5 years. They have the conscious choice to coexist and be happy in nature, in planet together, instead of killing it.
We still have a little bit of time. We have one more question about Lithuania. What about your culture? What do you remember of your grandparents? The country, the song, the culture, all this rich heritage.
We have a rich folk heritage and a very strong connection to the nature, strong family and community values. So we talk young people, talk with old people, and old people talk with young people, and teach them, you know, love, compassion, practical knowledge, to take care of each other. We go to see friends and spend time there, like around. It's more like sort of sharing and caring cooperation, more like from social world from the Russian times that impact. And yeah, it's like everyone has a role in the whole chain of processes, and everyone can be mindful and you know, help each other. I guess you can get the knowledge from grandparents and the parents in the same house usually, and you know, have your comparison, have your own angle on each concept. So I think it helps to develop things, and in my country, it's more we learn to do things like cooking and looking after, you know, the house, doing some basic things from very young age, and look after ourselves. Whereas in the Western world, it's like until 16 you can't even stay at home alone.
And I forgot to ask, I should have asked this at the beginning. Where is Lithuania?
Lithuania is in East Europe. We have a border with Poland, Belarus, Latvia, and a bit of Russia, and the sea border with Sweden in north.
So is that by the Baltic Sea?
Yeah, by the Baltic Sea. Yes. So we have that kind of place of the planet, very green and very organic.
I heard there is a lot of trees, like an incredible rate of trees and beauty.
Yeah, so our tradition is just, spend time with music and dancing and singing together and, playing, camping. Every weekend, everyone goes and meets each other next to the lake in the forest.
Wow.
Adventure, family barbecue, fishing, perhaps.
No, you all want to go there.
Yeah, it's a bit different quality of life, obviously, I miss.
Wow.
But as a child, I would say that you definitely need to experience all this instead of just spending a whole life in a city and you're not knowing how does it feel to touch an animal like a sheep or how does what's the sound of the chicken in a farm, like when he's running from the turkey. It's like different things.
What about the dances and the songs? Must be very ancient.
Yeah, we got very, very old traditional songs about everything in my culture. We used to sing them in the groups. That's how we used to spend evenings with families. That's how we connect. And in the songs, we used to record the wisdom of the past, wisdom of the ancestors, like a secret key or formula for the future generations, I guess. Plus, these sounds were having certain vibrational frequency for you. With different effects as well. Not necessarily the words, more like the notes. Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing all that. I'm sure people will ask a lot of questions. Maybe we'll do a second one for Marathon 9, 10, 11, I don't know. Please take care. We definitely keep in touch. Thank you for all this information. And if you give me permission, we can keep the PowerPoint and maybe do something. Or if you want to do some pictures and we can make a video or something out of it, definitely.
Definitely. It will be really interesting to adapt to the education development. Because it's also
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We keep in touch. You take care. Thank you. Very beautiful.
Thanks.
Pues muy interesante lo que dijo. Y para complementarlo, Noé, pues vamos a un PowerPoint acerca de todo lo que nos compartió. ¿Les parece?
So it was very interesting what he said, and now we will just show some slides just to complement what he said.
Entonces, las diapositivas son en inglés. ¿Cómo hacemos?
Las puedo traducir si quieres.
O sea, la gente lo puede leer en inglés y la gente que habla español te puede escuchar.
Vale.
Sí.
Wow. Ok, entonces las traduzco al español, ¿sí? ¿Las quieres poner un poco más grandes? Si no es posible, está bien. Trato aquí de ver.
Porque hay conceptos muy importantes para la educación como key points. Entonces, al ver en diapositiva nos va a ayudar y tome notas. Es bien interesante y me encantaría que en Pedagogía 3000 tomemos todo eso en cuenta. Es realmente bueno.
So Naomi says that is very important information that we are going to see now is in English. I will try my best to translate into Spanish as the English speakers read. And also it's very important for Education 3000. No te escuchamos, Karina.
Y listo, es que estaban acá martillando. Voy a compartirlas. Voy a tratar de hacerlo un poco más grande. ¿Va?
Okay, she's going to try to zoom it to make it bigger.
Yeah, perfect.
Vale, listo. Okay, entonces, lo principal, como donde tenemos que poner nuestra atención, los fundamentos para los niños hasta los 7 años. Nutrir la conciencia, el amor propio, el amor hacia los otros y el cuidado. La naturaleza y las relaciones en la vida. Aprender a expresar y a percibir la belleza en la naturaleza. Concentrarse en la atención plena, la bondad, la compasión y la gratitud.
Sí, gratitud.
Construir la inteligencia emocional y las inteligencias blandas. La regulación, la autorregulación emocional y mental. Cambiando las hormonas, ¿sí? Como influenciando las hormonas a través del pensamiento.
Pero ve lo avanzado que es.
Dices,
Con tu pensamiento, tú cambias tu flujo de hormonas. O sea, eso es muy avanzado.
¿se activan o se desactivan? Es lo que entiendo.
Wow.
Sí.
Entonces aquí es como una conciencia ecológica en la educación, amar la vida, sus colores, sus formas, sus olores. La emisión de CO2, el plástico y el comportamiento humano en el planeta. Reciclar, amar la naturaleza. Apoyar, como motivar más el entendimiento hacia una vida sostenible. Por ejemplo, está la jardinería, la cocina, plantar árboles, los vegetales orgánicos y las frutas. Una introducción hacia la aromaterapia y ¿esto cómo sería? ¿Terapia de las flores? No sé cómo se entiende en español. No estoy segura.
Las flores de Bach saben decir.
Sí.
Flores de Bach, sí.
Flores de Bach.
Ya, listo. Entender sobre estos son los alimentos, las plantas que son genéticamente modificadas y las opciones de las dietas para tener un sistema hormonal saludable, pues que esté libre de azúcar, de químicos, de gluten y bueno, alergias. Concentrarnos en buscar la belleza en todas partes y en todas las formas de vida. Unas herramientas son los libros para colorear, origami y, ay Dios,
Artesanía, puede
manualidades,
ser.
Sí.
manualidades.
Manualidades.
Sí. Entonces, libertad de pensamientos y decisiones. Todos tenemos el mismo derecho como seres humanos, el mismo derecho de paz. Entonces, hacer decisiones que sean personales y Okay, making personal choices and lives. Okay. No tener un estilo de vida y decisiones personales. Tomar decisiones para su propio estilo de vida es lo que entiendo. Aprender a tomar cuidado de los animales y de las personas que son más débiles. Ayudar y cuidar a los otros. Entonces también es como motivar el libre pensamiento, la aceptación hacia nosotros mismos y hacia los otros, el respeto y la compasión. Desarrollar la corteza frontal en discusiones de grupo, tener una mente analítica también. Juegos diarios de grupo y también hacer salidas semanales hacia filas. Entonces, este sería como el viaje de la vida, ¿no? Entonces está la semilla, el huevo, así se entiende, el árbol, la flor y el fruto. Entonces, las charlas también en grupo sobre, es que no puedo leer aquí por el logo, esto es Imaginary Work. Sobre el trabajo imaginario. Ah, ok.
Sobre el imaginario. Y compartir cada uno la experiencia.
Vale. Entonces es el modelo cuántico y la geometría sagrada. Visualizando el futuro que queremos y aprender a sentirnos muy bien en todo momento. La transformación de la energía, el positivismo y la integridad. Entonces, desarrollar los diferentes caminos para expresarse uno mismo. Puede ser a través del dibujo, de la escritura, de la actuación, dando a los niños una opción sobre cómo y qué aprender. Y esto va a inspirar la curiosidad en todos los aspectos. Desarrollar la fe en uno mismo y en los otros. Afirmaciones positivas, disciplina, la atención, la responsabilidad y una actitud colaborativa. Entonces, el salto cuántico y los efectos universales. La ley de la atracción, salto cuántico, causa y efecto. Astrología y leyes universales. El poder de los pensamientos a través de hablar nuestra propia verdad y las palabras escritas. La formación de nuestra propia imagen y escoger una carrera saludable y que amemos. La actualización de caminos de nuestro propio ser en una formación en equipo.
Aquí vienen las afirmaciones.
Ok. La salud del cuerpo, la mente y el espíritu. Entonces, esto es improvisando en el ejercicio. Deportes más movimiento, juegos de grupo que son enfocados en el equilibrio, el control, la flexibilidad, que sea menos competitivo, más colaborativo, haciendo el uso del cuerpo con ejercicios que disfrutamos. Las decisiones de nuestro estilo de vida, las enfermedades, son las principales causas de la muerte en nuestra sociedad. Entonces es como separarnos del... Este tax system se refiere a los impuestos.
Más bien como a
¿A qué se refiere?
malos hábitos impuestos dentro del sistema.
Vale. También lo que es la producción en masa de carne y de pescado, las industrias farmacéuticas, cómo ellas afectan nuestra salud. La salud y el estilo de vida positivo, estos son los beneficios. Entonces es la felicidad, longevidad, la alegría, la actualización de cada uno, más tiempo aquí, el cuerpo, la salud del cuerpo, etc. Aprender cómo podemos tener un sueño saludable, donde nos podemos recuperar, y la plasticidad del cerebro. Ok, esto es Brain Plasticity Training Games. O sea, juegos para la plasticidad para entrenar la plasticidad del cerebro, ajedrez y cómo integrar los dos hemisferios, la integración de los dos hemisferios. Ok, entonces aquí viene la importancia de la respiración, aprender a cómo desestresarnos. This is Get Your Choice. ¿Cuál es esta palabra?
Your Chi Back.
Ok, entiendo que es como subir los niveles de pH en nuestro cuerpo. ¿Sí? Entonces ahí tenemos una mejor función de las...
de la mejor respiración.
Sí, y cómo hacer que aclaremos la mente y cómo ir más allá de los límites de nuestro cuerpo. Entonces aquí es la libertad. Está la terapia del sonido, entonces escuchar música, grabaciones, cantar, crear música, bailar, no sé cómo decir esto.
Sonidos neurales.
Eso, las mantras y saber cómo las vibraciones afectan el cuerpo humano. La mente plena, nosotros somos uno, el amarnos a nosotros mismos y cuidar el cuerpo y la mente. Son prácticas que son saludables. La regulación, la autorregulación en un nivel emocional, entonces es lo que decía ahorita Noé de las hormonas, cómo influenciar las hormonas. A nivel mental, observar y cambiar los pensamientos, y el poder interno a través de prácticas para hacerlo más poderoso. Entonces también practicar la respuesta en vez de la reacción. Cuidar y amar a los otros en vez de juzgarlos y compararlos, haciendo lo que amas en vez de hacer lo que te da dinero y te aleja de la felicidad. El amor sana, practicar meditación, entender el micro y macro universo, la unidad, la interdependencia. Todos tenemos habilidades para sanar, de dar el poder de vuelta hacia las personas y la interconexión. Conscious positive thought. Ok, entonces tener la práctica de los pensamientos conscientes y cómo estos pueden cambiar los genes, sobre todo los genes que son malos, y poner los buenos. Darles la conciencia, la opción consciente de florecer juntos. Nosotros coexistimos felizmente en la naturaleza como uno solo. Wow. Mucha información y muchos aprendizajes importantes. Muy hacia adentro.
Sí, la verdad es que sí.
¿no?
Y es que él ya está en la educación cuántica.
Me sacaste de la boca, me va a decir, eso es la educación cuántica y la salud cuántica. Karina, eres tan rápida.
So this is quantum health and education.
Exactly.
Sí,
Oh,
utiliza afirmaciones. Utiliza la
future.
palabra para la creación. Wow.
Creation.
Voy a pedir permiso de poner el PowerPoint en la página web para que la gente lo puede estudiar, slide atrás slide, con los ejercicios correspondientes. Eso es la educación del futuro. Algerdas, you are a genius!
So we're going to post this on the website because it's truly what is Education 3000 in health. Yeah, like quantum education and health education.
Pero no es del futuro, es de ya.
It's not the future, it's now.
Bueno. Aquí aprovecho rápido, dice, saludos desde Chile, Yasna Dorador.
Yasna says greetings from Chile.
Qué linda entrevista.
Qué linda. Es la que ha hecho el PowerPoint. Mercedes, el PowerPoint es genial.
Linda visión de la educación. Vamos juntos por una educación con valores, amor y felicidad.
So Mercedes is saying it's a beautiful interview. It's a beautiful vision of education. Let's go all together for education with values, love, and happiness.
Magnífico trabajo el vuestro.
Great job.
Y bueno, preguntan el nombre. Se llama Alguirdas Morcuras. Aquí voy a poner el nombre. Es que no es un nombre común por este lado.
Mercedes puso junto el PowerPoint. Gracias, Mercedes. Así que puede escribir a Mercedes ahora mismo si quiere estar en contacto y con Alguirdas Morcuras. Impresionante, ¿no?
Thank you, Mercedes.
So, y gracias por tenerlo por escrito y en PowerPoint, porque esas ideas es para fijar bien y hacerlo, ahora y siempre.
Sí, por favor, ese PowerPoint. Educación cuántica en acción.
Yes, please post the PPT, Quantum Education in Action.
Y tenemos Arguidas Morcuras.
Hello. Oh, hello. Gracias.
Gracias. Noé, está conectado Arguidas Morcuras.
Sí, lo veo. Gracias.
So, Arguidas is here with us.
Así es que si tienen alguna pregunta, vamos a aprovechar que lo tenemos aquí conectado.
If you have any
Saludos hasta
question,
Lituania.
yeah, if you have any question, just write down on the comments, so he might be able to reply.
Bueno, pues, ¿qué les parece si nos vamos ya con este entusiasmo al baile?
Espera, antes preguntamos a Olguida si nos da permiso de ponerlo en la página web del Instituto P3000, 4000, 5000. Así que la próxima semana lo subimos, lo linkeamos. Yo me gustaría que el mundo entero se entere de esas increíble educación cuántica.
So Argidas, Naomi wants to know if we can post your name on the website, so other people can add the PowerPoint on the website, so other people can see your work.
Esperamos tu respuesta.
We'll wait your reply.
Isa Cirera dice, para mí ha sido un descubrimiento fantástico. Llegué tarde a la charla. Bueno, si llegaste tarde, entonces va a estar grabado en el Facebook y en 2 canales de YouTube, junto con la lista de reproducción del maratón 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 y el de ayer, 8.
So it says, for me, it's been a big discovering. I arrived late, and Karina is saying that it's okay because there is the recording of this will be on YouTube, 2 channels on YouTube and Facebook, right?
Right. Y les recordamos la página donde también están ahí la lista de reproducción de los maratones y otros programas que tenemos.
So this is the website, so you can go there and you will find all the marathons and all the programs that we have.
Esta es la página en inglés.
This is the English website.
Y esta es la de español.
And the Spanish one.
Y les pedimos que por favor se suscriban a nuestras redes sociales, que compartan y que posteen a su mejor amigo para que tenga esta información.
So subscribe and post it and share it with your friends that might be interested in this information that we're sharing.
Bueno, pues mientras que nos contesta, ¿qué les parece si nos vamos al baile?
In the meantime,
no tengo baile de Lituania. Próxima vez hay que buscar un baile de allá también. Son bailes muy antiguos.
Next time we should find a dance from Lithuania.
Gracias, sois fantásticas. Desde Barcelona.
Gracias.
Thank you. You're awesome. From Barcelona.
Ok. Bueno, pues vamos ya a este baile desde Taiwán.
Pero de pie todos, ¿eh?
So everybody stand up.
Bueno, voy a tenerme que poner en mute. Y vamos para allá.
A ver, de pie, de pie, de pie. A estirarse. Vamos por 4 horas. Y nos falta todavía, así que ánimo.
4 hours. And we still have some more left.
Ok. No te olvides de poner, sacar los audífonos para tener el sonido. Karina. El sonido, por favor. Nos vamos de pie.
Voy.
Ahora sí. Bueno, mientras tanto yo le enseño los pasos. Uno es para brisa, es para limpiar la visión. Limpiar.
So this is to clean the vision. Clean.
Clean, como vidrios.
That's if you were cleaning the glasses.
Hasta arriba. Clean. La otra es bola de luz, plexo solar. Tam.
The other one is it's a ball of light in the solar plexus.
Y las piernas, el movimiento es así, ¿no? Hips.
Legs.
Cadera. Después otro movimiento, dentro, fuera. Es para los 5 elementos, se llama Wuxi. 5 elementos.
This is for the 5 elements called Wuxi.
Dentro, fuera. Tengo
el video. Esperen, lo voy a poner desde la otra computadora. Mientras comen agua.
Los pasos mientras tanto. Después, este es preparar la tierra.
This is to prepare the soil, the earth.
Yeah. And then you put the seeds. Ting. Pones las semillas. Por
This
todo
is good for the joints too.
Like this.
Es bueno para las articulaciones también.
Y todos los meridianos se activan. Después vamos a hacer así con las manos.
Of all the meridians.
Así. Ta. ¿Sí ven mis manos? Entonces, arriba, sí. La parte de la frente. Más abajo. Es para limpiar y sacar. Después de garganta. Corazón. Con fuerza. Otra vez. Arriba. Frente. Garganta. Así. Corazón. Después se va a ir a los lados. Así. Un lado. Otro lado. Eso es para limpiar el hemisferio izquierdo y derecho. Con fuerza. Otro lado. Fuerza. Limpio. Limpio la parte femenina. Tic. Y masculina. Otra vez. 1, 2, 3. Cambio. 1, 2, 3. Cambio. ¿Lo tienen?
Listo.
Y después, cuando hacen las semillas, así, se va saltando. Se salta. Hay que saltar. A ver, miren mis pies. Pone las semillas y saltan. Saltar y da la vuelta. Saltar. Y pones las semillas por todo lado.
Ok, vamos a ver.
Sí, ojalá porque ya me cansé. Y el otro movimiento del corazón. Doy, así, este movimiento. Doy. Ahora sí, vamos a seguir el video. Nos pongamos en posición. Pies paralelos. Y vamos a respirar. 3 veces. Ahora también, te estoy mirando. 1 más. Y vamos los pies. Ya me ve dónde están.
Yo no te veo. Ok, ya.
Que
no te veía, ¿no?
No me digas.
Pero ahora sí, ya.
Bueno. Y después vamos a hacer la marcha. Así. Es marcha. Si no sale el video, no importa. Lo hacemos una vez más, rapidito, y ya está. Marcha. Es más, ese se llama marcha cruzada. Y el último. Y muchas gracias. Y si no sale el video, lo hacemos al próximo evento.
Okay, if we don't have the video, we will play it next time.
Solo sale sin audio.
Okay, it only works without the sound.
Lo hacemos así, ¿no?
No, no va a funcionar si no hay sonido.
Ok.
Un poquito para ver los pasos, pero nada más. ¿Tú sacaste el audífono?
Sí, lo que pasa es que estoy en dos computadoras, en una está la imagen y en otra está toda, y en donde está no hay audio.
Entonces yo prefiero audio sin imagen.
Sí, no, es que no hay audio.
Okay, so
bueno, un ratito para ver los issues y ya nos vamos. No problem. Tomen agua también, por favor.
Ok, voy.
Bueno, ahora que estamos en vivo, pero después lo puedes subir a YouTube y lo tenemos linkeado.
Sí.
Siempre mucha agua. Cuando hay maratón, entre 3 a 4 litros de agua. Qué exagerada, ¿no? Exagerada.
Always drink water. When there is marathon, Noah says she drinks 3 to 4 liters of water.
Ok, vamos a seguir los movimientos. Yo me voy a acercar también. Ya, se empieza así. Cadera y brazos. Cadera, brazos. Vamos. Cadera, brazos. Cadera, brazos. Muy bien. Después. Brazos arriba, abajo. Cadera también. Subo, baja. Subo, baja. Subo, baja. Después, centro, fuera. Cadera. Centro, fuera. Después, saltar y sembrar. Sembrar, saltar. Sembrar semillas para todo el futuro. Después, lado. Lado con fuerza. Y cambio, otro lado.
Change to the other side. Lo siento, olvidé traducir.
Sigo con fuerza, manos, manos, manos.
With the hands.
Rodillas.
Just quickly and strong.
Y la tierra.
So this is the earth.
Y sembrar.
Plant.
For 7
Plant with the seeds.
7 generaciones. Sembremos
7
para...
generations.
Y la limpieza final.
Now the last
hasta
cleaning. Up.
Ya, hasta aquí, Cari. Eso va por 20 minutos. Gracias.
This goes on for 20 minutes.
Y la música era el himno a la alegría, por eso me gustaba mucho.
Sí.
Oh, the music was the joy.
Bueno,
no sé cómo se traduce.
¿Sí podremos subir el video a YouTube, de Taiwán?
Sí, podemos intentar.
Ok, porque dice, ¿dónde se encuentra este video en YouTube? Pues en nuestros canales.
No está, por eso el problema de hoy.
Sí. No está, pero nosotros ya lo vamos a subir y prometido que lo vamos a bailar también y pasar completo.
So we will upload the video and also to dance with it.
Bueno, y ahora vamos a Hawái de nuevo.
So we go to Hawaii again.
Entonces vamos con Allen Shelton.
El abuelo.
Shelton. Y es maravilloso porque eres o sea, es alguien que trabaja con las empresas. Y van a las empresas y les enseña storyteller. Historias, les cuenta historias y les hacen meditar en el mundo cooperativo. Me parece que es genial lo que hace.
Wow, so he goes to companies and he tells stories and also makes the people meditate. Wow.
Le llaman abuelo en español.
People call him abuelo, which means grandfather.
Por su nieto. Es un ser maravilloso. Ayer vimos lo de Justin, que es su esposa, y hoy vemos a él, a Allen.
So yesterday we watched the interview with his wife, Justin, and now it's his turn.
Pues vamos a verlo.
Hello, everybody. Yes, we are in the USA and we are in Hawaii, actually, for this great marathon. Thank you to Alan Shelton. Thank you for your time. And I know it's Thanksgiving now, and for all your generosity. May I introduce you? We are with Alan Shelton, but I love it because in Spanish you are known as abuelo, which is grandfather, and I love this. Abuelo is a very nice title here. Actually, the white person here are called abuelo sometimes, and abuela. And you were maybe leadership teacher in the corporate world, which is quite amazing. And at the same time, a spiritual teacher for seekers. And very good as storyteller. I know that. I don't want my cat to switch off the computer. So please, do you want to tell us a little bit more about you, and then we go to the questions?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm one of those children that was raised in California in the 1960s, which was a big time with things happening and everything. And so my idea of education, I got more education outside of school, I think, than inside of school, just because of the times, So of course, after a few years, I ended up in the corporate world. I wanted to be a philosophy professor, but they had no jobs. So they came to me and they said, "Oh, you're brilliant in philosophy, but we have no work for philosophers, but you can go be a corporate man." And I said, okay, so why not? And so I went to the corporate world and became a philosopher in the corporate world.
You managed.
Yeah. When I was young, I lived in Peru and South America and learned to speak Spanish and learned a lot about the storytelling tradition up in the Andes, from the shamans, the Aymara and Quechua shamans, who were very, very sweet about explaining to a young man. I was only 20 years old, and they explained to me.
Don't tell me 20 years old.
20 years old, yeah. And they would tell me how stories work, right? They would say, they would tell me how the stories would come from the sky and how you held them and how you told them and how an amazing time. So I beautiful, beautiful time. And then I began to see that the maturity in the corporate world, the leadership world, that they didn't have that. It was the same thing I'd learned in Peru and learned from all my teachers. So I began to teach that. I spent years in India with the masters in India. And so today I work with people who are in their spiritual search. That's the world I live in, which is a world of knowing yourself. That's the world I live in. So
actually, that's the word of what education should be.
yes.
First, education
Yes.
should be to know ourselves, and then help the world and do service and whatever. What are your views on how will be the new education after all this year, 2020? What would you see in the future? How can we can co-create a beautiful education? We do need to change, don't we?
I think so. You know, probably one of my heroes in education is a man that you probably know. He's passed some years back, but his name is Joseph Campbell. And Joseph Campbell was this beautiful man who decided that his life was going to be about understanding all of the ancient myths, the ancient stories. Now, of course, there wasn't anybody in the university or educational system that wanted to hear about that. They had no place for him.
Oh.
So he went to this little college in the U.S. called Sarah Lawrence, and they gave him the basement down in the bottom of the building. They gave him this little basement, and he created, in essence, the whole world of mythology and story, and how to understand story, and how that was a part of the spiritual process. So to me, when I look at how to work in education, I really feel like that understanding the basics of story and letting children actually sit in the story. In other words, we try to give them, you know, spreadsheets and theories and concepts, and the reality is all of that comes from story. The first thing is story. We don't let them stay there. We want to let them stay in the stories and learn about story first. That's the first thing I would do. And I would introduce the ancient wisdom, not the modern educational techniques, but what's the ancient wisdom? How for thousands of years we have wisdom in our entire humanity. So why aren't we using that wisdom? So to me, those would be the things that I would do: story and wisdom. Those are the two things that I think that education could use. And the kids love it. The children love it. When I tell stories with children, oh my goodness, it's such a happy moment. You know, it's the kids will tell stories and listen to stories. They'll spend hours with you. They don't care if you're an adult. If you're telling stories, you're not an adult any longer. You're just one of them, right? Beautiful.
Dad wants to be in the beach.
Yeah.
What is the process? How come stories are such a good pedagogical tool? How can you decode why it works so much and all the time? I mean, systematically, at old age and old culture.
It's because the very basic of what you and I call cognition. Yeah. So what is cognition, right? Cognition is sitting in the world that we live in, right? And we look out there and we learn from very little, a very small child, how do you take something out of everything we see? So I can look at you right now and I can say, oh my goodness, look, there's this beautiful cat. I have to pull the cat out, right, in my mind, and then I can tell a story about the cat. There you go. So there's a story waiting to happen, right? And there's a whole bunch of stuff that I see. I've got Naomi and I've got QM3000 and all this stuff, but I'm going to tell a story about the cat, so I have to take the cat out and put it in my story. So the basic way that humans process, they cognize, and once they cognize, they place it in a story. That's the first thing we learn. Always, every concept, every scientific theory, everything is around story. Let me tell you a fun story. Let me tell you a fun one. You'll like this.
Please.
So, yeah. So all the scientists went out and they figured out the master physicists of the world. This is just a few years ago. And they figured out there was something wrong with how they had figured out that the moon was created, the Earth's moon. They had new data and they couldn't figure it out, right? So all of these masters, they got all this data, and finally they said to each other, let's go have a meeting. Now they had the meeting in Hawaii, in Kona, in a city called Kona, Hawaii, right? And why did they meet? They came to basically put the story together, because they said with all of the data, if there's no story, how will anybody ever know that we have discovered something new? So the greatest scientists in the world flew to Hawaii, to basically create a story.
Wow.
So when you think about it, what's at the bottom? It's got to be the story. If I can't tell you a story, you have no idea what I'm talking about. That's just the nature of story. And that's why it's so important.
Because if it is a story, you never forget. If
That's
it is
correct.
a data, it will go to the left brain and forget. The right brain will capture and keep the memories. It's a long-term memory. And that was a secret of all the traditions.
No, even this, here's the thing. When I tell a story, here's the thing that I learned in the Andes, right? The shamans would tell me, they would say, Alan, never forget how you feel in the moment of a story, because you can always go back to how you feel and the story will come again. The story will always come from the original place. And so stories live in a certain way. The library of stories are pre-verbal. They live before words, and you can always go back to the pre-verbal library, pull the book off the shelf, open it up and go, oh, that's how I felt. When I tell stories today, they come out different every time, but they're from exactly the same place, right? A great storyteller never tells the stories the same way every time. We all know that. They're different every time, right? But from the same place, from the same exact moment they tell their story. Storytellers they go live in the place the story came from, and then they just speak. And that's how stories are told.
Yesterday, I was talking with a Mamo from Sierra Nevada, from Colombia, and I asked him how far away the memory of these people is Kogi, Arwako, will go back in time.
Yep.
And to my great surprise, you know what he said? I have the exact figure here. He said, can you guess what he said?
10,000 years.
He said more than 3 million years. And he said the exact number. And then he said, and for us, 2,000 years is 2 nights and 2 days.
Yeah.
So how can they remember all that? How was those people, and the same with Australia, how can they remember? Because of the stories. If not, there is no way to remember such a long span of time with all the details.
When they gather, they establish the same moment, right? So when you go talk to the Hindu wise men in India, and you'll say, how many years ago? They'll go, oh, that was 100,000 years ago. And you'll ask them why, and they'll tell you where the stars were in the sky. And if you go look it up, it's exactly 100,000 years ago. The story is that in the gathering, they establish the moment, and those moments live. It's called the oral tradition. That's another thing that we've given away. The oral tradition no longer exists because we believe that writing something down captures it, but it doesn't. Writing does not do that. And just to be able to know that the world will change not out of our intellect. It will never happen. The intellect by nature seeks to separate, because its very nature is to separate one thing from another. That's what cognition does. But before cognition, everything is one thing. And that's where love lives. Love lives before separation. And so trying to change the world from the mind will never happen. Not going to happen.
That's why connect mind and heart and hands.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I have another question. If you master time, you master the cycles. And many traditions are talking about the new cycle. I mean, the end of one cycle, of several cycles actually, and to the new one.
Yep.
Do you have any stories or any input on the new cycle from the tradition?
Well, it's obvious that, as you know, I mean, the pendulum swings from one end to the other. So if you look at where we are today, you can see that we have swung into a world of incredible separation. We worship the digital platform, right? But the digital platform is a platform of separation. It's data separation. So people have begun to, if you look in the United States particularly, people are very, very divided in the United States. And I think a lot of that is because of the digital world basically its very nature is to divide things. So to me, when you look at how the pendulum is swung, it by nature, the new epoch, the new era is going to have to pull it back. And so now I don't know if you would call that evolution or not. I'm not a big evolution guy, because I actually believe that divinity itself lives in one place, and it doesn't pay any attention to time or space. So there isn't any up or down in the world of divine, but it pulls the world back towards it when it gets too far away. And I think that the next era is one of magnetization of consciousness. So that's where I think we're going. Now, when you listen to the ancient tribes, they've been telling us that for years, right? You can call the shamans in the Andes anytime, and they'll go, "Well, we've been saying that for hundreds of years," right? So they're a little ahead of us, these guys.
But it's beautiful. Magnetization.
Yeah.
How did you say of consciousness? Magnetization.
Magnetization. It's a hard word.
Magnetization
Yeah.
of consciousness.
It's like in Spanish, there's a word, distribuir. I can never say this word, right? It's impossible to say in Spanish. Magnetization is an impossible word to say in English, so it's okay.
Thank you to save me. What would you tell the teachers and parents who are looking at us? What will be your message right now for them?
My message would be that the birthright of who you are lives in your own childhood, and the way to teach and lead in our future is to go back to your childhood and harvest the lessons of that time, to learn how to tell a story, to learn how to be innocent, to learn how not to know, to learn how to imagine, to learn all of the things. Because when I taught in the corporate world, that's all I did, was I taught people how to go back and be children again. That was where the great wisdom came from. So my message to the world is not to worry about teaching the children outside of you. Worry about teaching the children inside of you. And if you teach the children inside of you, the children on the outside will be taught. That would be my message.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think what you do is so important.
Thank you.
Invite you and all the elders and abuelos and abuelas and all the people for a next marathon, and it will be on oral tradition and only story. We can have stories for 24 hours in a row. What do you think?
Perfecto, that's perfect. Al fin quiero decir unas palabras en español, castellano.
Por favor.
Por favor. Quiero decir que tenemos que retener la energía de hablar en castellano porque lleva el amor. Es una cosa emocional y lleva un amor tan magnífico. Y cuando yo quiero estar en mi corazón, hablo castellano. Y siempre me encanta poder hablar y hacer unas palabras en español. Gracias.
Haremos, definitivamente. Y as always, everybody's invited to the Sun Island too. We will do many events when we can fly.
Okay.
Pretty soon.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you so much. You take care, and definitely we keep in touch.
Okay,
Abuelo mi corazón. You are in my corazón. Take care, and thank you so much for your time.
Okay, perfect.
Ay, qué lindo.
That's so nice.
De verdad, bueno, es cuentacuentos, se dice en español.
Es storyteller.
Sí. Y bueno, habla sobre la tradición oral, cómo es tan importante.
And speaks about the oral tradition and how important it is.
Y volver a la infancia.
And go back to childhood.
Conectar mente, corazón y manos.
To connect the mind, the heart, and the hands.
Ay, qué lindo. Y dice que cuando quiere conectarse con el corazón, habla en español.
And he said when he wants to connect with the heart, he will speak in Spanish.
Ay, qué lindo, de verdad.
So nice.
Y Noemí le dijo que haremos un maratón de 24 horas.
And I said we want a marathon of 24 hours. Tenía que hablar contigo antes, ¿no, Karina?
Entonces, creo que necesitaré más que 3 vasos de agua. Bueno, pues realmente maravilloso. Yo sí creo que a través de la oralidad es cuando se guardan la cultura y la tradición. Y ya no lo dijo Mamo ayer.
Tradition is where we keep the tradition.
Sí, pues simplemente 3 millones de años de Mamo Lorenzo. Wow. De verdad que es increíble.
This is really incredible.
Cómo es que vamos conectando todas las culturas y todas en cada una de sus idiomas.
And languages.
Vamos al origen.
And we go to the source.
Así es. Y les recuerdo que estamos en YouTube, estamos en Facebook.
So we are en Facebook.
Y quiero saludar a Sabrina Benzami.
Hello. So good to see you.
Gusto en verte, Sabrina. Y bueno, ¿qué les parece si nos vamos? Bueno, no, seguimos en Estados Unidos con Abby Yeager. Ella es de educación, de Ayurveda, de yoga.
So we stay in the States. We go with Abby Yeager from the US. And mientras pones el video, yo voy a decir en inglés todos sus títulos. Abby is an Ayurvedic yoga teacher. She's certified EIYT certified yoga therapist, and as well advertising manager in yoga therapy, advertising manager in International Journal of Yoga Therapists, instructor, educator and certified yoga of recovery educator. And she has a lot, RYK yoga, rising yoga therapy, Ayurveda, earth educator, and Karina, escucha, she studied at Benedict School in England, one of the most select school in the world. Ella fue educada en la escuela de Benedict en England, y esas escuelas son las más prestigiosas del mundo entero. ¿Y sabes qué? No le gustó. Y por eso decidió apoyarnos también con la educación. Y con Abby vamos a hacer una serie de eventos, talleres y conferencias en mayo. Así que save the date. Guarda la fecha, 1 de mayo. Y después un taller de 7 horas en mayo. Así que gracias, dear Abby. So we will have a workshop and a 7 hours workshop and an intro conference in May. Thanks to Abby. So we stay in touch. We keep in touch. Thank you, Abby.
And I'm very honored you are with us. I'm talking about Abby Geyer from Nevada, Las Vegas. And you have so many, I just say string to your life.
many
you
lives.
Are a certificate yoga therapist, that's for sure. You have a beautiful Java Maya yoga place and movement, and you have so many activities and followers, and as well Ayurvedic therapist.
Right.
So would you like to tell a little bit about you, and then we start with education?
Great.
And probably Ayurvedic approach and therapy. Please, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. And I feel what you're doing and what your team is doing is just exquisite and so important. I am certified yoga therapist. I am Ayurvedic wellness counselor and teach Ayurveda, and the whole holistic world is very much my world now. But that's not always the case. I come from a very strong corporate background, but decided that for health reasons, it was not good. It's also, which will segue into the education, it's also, corporate life is very competitive and it's very stressful. And I feel that that's just not
correct.
Not correct.
Yes, and in many countries around the world. That's an interesting story you have.
Yeah, thank you.
Amazing.
So I know you.
Why are you concerned about education in the state, especially after 2020? That has been such a hard year.
Well, I think it's interesting.
Interesting year, but it was hard on us.
Yeah, no, it was, and I think it was very interesting that that actually what COVID has brought out in this country anyway is the tremendous difference in cultures and in income-based families, because everyone had to be on the computer, everybody had to be learning through the computer, and many young people did not have those skills. So it became very difficult. And I think when I think of education, I really think of Krishnamurti, who wrote so many years ago this beautiful book called On Education. And it's a series of lectures that he gave about education. And he writes, he really says, what is education? What is the purpose? And he says the purpose, the aim and drive of the schools is to equip the child with the most excellent technology, technological proficiency, so that he, she may function with clarity and efficiency in the modern world. And far more important is to create the right climate so that the child may develop fully as a complete human being. And this means giving him the opportunity to flower.
Human being.
And he says to live is to be related. There is no right relationship to anything if there is not the right relationship for beauty, for a response to nature, to music, and to art, and to highly developed aesthetic senses. And he goes on. I mean, it's just so beautiful. You know, how can we help that boy or girl to be free completely and yet highly disciplined? Not through fear, not through conformity, nor partially free, but completely free and yet highly disciplined at the same time. And he really talks about the importance of being able to go in to really understand who you are as an individual, what your passions are, and be able to be in an environment where the teachers are so in tune with the children that they're able to help blossom that particular child in whatever it is that they do. I think I shared with you that I went to English boarding school. I was born in New York City and moved to England when I was 10 years old with my family. And I was sent to an English boarding school. And I look back on that time now, and I realized that it took me many years to undo what I had been taught there. And that's not to say that the school was not an excellent school. It was, from the perspective, and we're talking 1950s here. We're talking a long time ago. But from the point of view of education, as far as the education was known at that time, it was very good. The teachers were very good. But because I was American, I was already 2 years behind the European schools, all right? I had not taken Latin, I had not taken calculus, so I was behind in every subject to begin with. And the other thing is I really found it very hard to study. My mind was always somewhere else. So memorizing things and that sort of, it was very difficult for me. So I really felt, when I was thinking about what to say today, I really realized that I spent a major part of my life thinking that I was not good enough, that I was unworthy, that I was stupid, that I was dumb, whatever. And that all came from that sort of pressure of competition at school, that pressure of having to learn something and do well with your school and get your marks, and just that constant sort of, drive to move forward. I believe that drive can be there when the child is doing what they want to be doing. And I don't mean that that's, I think how you're presenting it with P3000 is so beautiful. There is discipline, your program is just outstanding. And I feel that in order for, I was sharing with you before we started that the corporate life for me, it was, I worked with tremendous people. I just had wonderful people that I was working with. But the pressure, it was all about the bottom line. And it was very, very difficult to not be stressed by that, because there was just, you had to do well, because if you didn't do well, you were out of a job. And then what are you going to do with your family? So it became very difficult. So I think that the change has to happen at this level, at the child's level, where that competition is not there, where the child is able to blossom and develop and become this full human being and be able to give and work without all of that other stuff around. I just think it's so harmful. And it's going to take a long time. I certainly not in my lifetime am I going to see it.
No, I hope not. I hope not.
Yeah.
This is so urgent.
Yeah.
So urgent.
Well, and
it's so basic as well. Oh my God.
It is, but it is a new way of thinking. My husband is about 11 years older than I am, and it's very hard for him to grasp some of these ideas, because he doesn't think they're right. It's not that he's not thinking about it. He's very he's a thinker. But there's a way that generation has been brought up, and they feel that's the way to do it, to push through no matter what. And
that's true.
Yeah,
it's a complete shift of culture. Sometimes we say a pedagogic culture. We want, it's like to set up a new, it's completely, yes, a new shift of paradigms. But the children and the young people are ready, so that's the good thing.
They are.
That's the good news, and they grab it. I mean, they are very smart, and they know they have another vision of life too, another priority.
Right.
Is to live at the fullest, and so maybe we will see those change. We do our part, and we will see the future. But I'm very optimistic. Because the inner nature of the human being wants that.
Right.
The quote was so beautiful from Krishnamurti. If you want to send me, we can put it in description and people can have it, because it's very nice. It's so beautiful. Thank you.
It's beautiful. And I realize that really when you think about yoga, most people think about the actual exercise part of yoga. Yoga actually is something completely different. And that's
would you like to talk about it, dear Abby, like the Ayurvedic yoga and all the richness and the beautiful?
It's a very small part of yoga, and yoga really starts, if you're going to learn classically in India, you start with something called the yamas and niyamas, which are really almost like codes of ethics, the things that are really the right thing to do as a human being, the things that we need to stay away from as a human being. And when you can live that way, you're really living a life of what they call satvriti. Sat means truthful and pure, and the vritti is the behavior.
Would you like to spell for us? Sat?
SATVRITTI. Can I put it in chat?
Remember, we have viewers from all around the world, so we have to help with the English.
There you go. Sat
Thank
Friti.
you.
So sat is truthful and pure, and Friti is the behavior. And there's the mental savriti, which is a discrimination with our actions, keeping our mind calm and tranquil, being able to really neutralize emotions. So it's really emotional intelligence in a sense, where we learn how to respond rather than react. So you're not working from your emotions, you're really working from that very stable core. And then the social savriti, which is really respecting the elders, I don't know, speaking kindly to people, really being very aware of our communication and the words that
Yes.
we write, you know. I mean, I remember,
Please.
oh my goodness, as the only American in a boarding school in England, it was fierce.
Oh my
They
gosh.
made so
Let
much
me read
fun
for
of it.
our viewers. It's Sat Vriti. Sat means truthful and pure, and Vriti is behavior. Sat, S-A-T, Vriti, V-R-E, no, I, T-T-I. Vriti is behavior. Thank you. Please, sorry, I
Oh,
interrupted.
that's okay. So they have the mental savriti, and then you have the social savriti, which is really our behavior in society. You know, that we want to be humble, we want to be strong, and you really cannot be humble if you don't know what you're talking about. You have to have knowledge to be humble. It really is true. Otherwise, you get frustrated because you know you don't know what you're talking about, and then you get frustrated and you get angry. So knowledge is, of course, very important. Being kind to the animals, supporting others, you know. Then you have the dharmic, what we call dharmic savriti, which is really, which is very much what the schooling is that you're talking about, the education that you're talking about, which is about having a belief, having a purpose, and really being able to find that purpose. I know a young man of about 40 right now. He's 40 years old, and he's not found his purpose yet. And especially now with COVID, it's just become so difficult. So it's, and I see the struggle, you know, I see the desire to be able to support his loved ones in a better way than he is right now, mainly because he doesn't have that purpose yet. He doesn't know. He's so good at so many things, but he hasn't settled on one, you know, so it's so interesting. So, and then of course, you know, to be able to really see the beautiful nature in each other person. We all have what we call a Buddha nature. Maybe you want to call it that, or maybe you want to call it a godliness, whatever, however you want to phrase that. But everybody has a very beautiful nature, and we just need to be able to respond to that in a person, and that way they respond back to us in the same way. And this is all what you're teaching, you know, so it's beautiful. So yoga is very much about the mind, and Ayurveda is all about the body. So, you know, it's talking about diet, it's talking about lifestyle, and it's talking about how each one of us is so unique. So really trying to understand, you know, we're all 5 elements. Everything outside of us is 5 elements, everything inside of us is 5 elements. So when we can understand the predominant element or elements in our body, we begin to understand how to eat. We begin to understand what activity is best, you know. It's a beautiful science. It's a beautiful way of life, and a beautiful way of looking at things. And I feel that the education that you are giving, that you found in a sense, and all the teamwork that you have is just exquisite. It's really preparing the child to really understand life.
No, but I mean, so impressed and amazed now, because everything you said, that's the core of P3000, Education 3000. It's not new. It's as old as a human being and life itself and creation itself. This is so beautiful. Thank you for, now I can, I have goosebumps. I can see, I mean, this continuity,
right?
Because that's the essence.
Yeah.
Now we have to do it. That's to put in practice and change the education system all around the world, but with this consciousness. And what a beautiful task.
It is. It is.
Thank you to remind me too.
Yeah, I applaud you. I really applaud you and all those that are working with you directly. It's awesome. And I hope I can support in some small way here in the States. Yeah.
Dear Abby, being from the cooperative work or world, I would say, what would be your message? Usually it's a message to educators and to parents, but what did you say to the enterprise and to the CEOs and all?
Well, it's very interesting. You had a guest.
That would be interesting because education starts over there too.
Yeah. You had a guest on, Justine Shelton, and her husband, Alan Shelton, teaches spirituality for companies. And it's really, really very interesting. And I actually had him on a guest on my talk show, which is Jiva Maya Yoga Wisdom Talks. And it was fascinating. And I really feel that corporations have, again, it's moving into that whole thing where we are right now, that darkness of greed, of anger, of trying to be big, of trying to monopolize, of trying to, it's just everything has to be bigger and better. And that is not, it's just not the way to go. It's incorrect. And and we all know this. And it's kind of like, well, we're there now. So what do we do? And how do we get out of this? And I feel that, you know, people like Alan and people like yourself and myself who are doing this work, and Justine as well, and many others that we know, really trying to turn that way of thinking around, so that it's not about the bottom line. It's really about, oh, wait a minute, is this the right decision for the big picture, for the entire planet? Is this the right decision? You know, and I just feel that we've kind of gotten a little bit away from that. I feel that greed actually is probably one of the biggest problems right now, at least in this country. I don't know about other countries, but over here definitely. And you can see it everywhere. You can see politicians trying to stay in office, so they just start giving money away. Money that they don't even have to give away, just because they want to stay in office. They want to keep their beautiful home. They, you know, it's ridiculous. So, you know, that has to change. I think it is slowly. I really do. But as you and I know, it really has to start with the children now, because it's almost too late for some of those people. They're so far into that other world that they don't even think that they're doing anything wrong. And it's not that it's wrong, it's just that it's misguided. It's a wrong action from that point of view.
Yeah, and it belongs to an old cycle. Now we are in the new cycle, and the children, they definitely are ready from what I see.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And we definitely keep in touch. Oh, you have talks as well, remember? Jivana Maya Yoga Talks. So when it's once a month, when is it? So we can invite
a little sporadic right now, but definitely on Wednesday afternoon for anyone that might be listening to this. I will be interviewing Noemi, and we'll be giving the second talk about education, 3000, P3000, so that we can try to show the people, mostly in this country, USA, how they can really begin with this whole new paradigm, as a mother, as a teacher, even as an aunt or uncle or whatever, but how they can start to bring this new way of thinking about the younger people and their education into their families. So I hope you'll all join. Yeah. And I know that Noemi will post it. So
yes, and we will put everything on YouTube anyway. And thank you everybody. Thank you, dear Abby.
Thank you.
And let's go on. We stay tuned, we keep in touch, and we are co-building, co-creating something really new and very beautiful.
Beautiful. And happy.
Even though with Ayurvedic yoga, it's not that new. It's something eternal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everybody. See you soon.
Bye.
Wow, qué interesante, Noé.
Wow. That's so interesting.
Sí. Y lo más importante es conocer quién eres, cuáles son tus pasiones,
And most
para que te
important,
ayuden a
know who
florecer.
you are and what you really like.
Y aquí nos compartiste lo que es sattva.
Ah, bravo.
The condition or quality of godness.
Sattva-tri, la condición o la calidad de la bondad. Yo diría es pura bondad, la traducción.
Sí. Y aquí vuelvo a poner
Bharti.
avaya.avi.yeyer.
Sí. Please go to the Facebook of Abby, and she has talks every month, and she does a wonderful job. Hace una labor maravillosa.
Sí, y bueno, compartimos aquí el tiempo y la fecha, 2 horas de un workshop express.
So we will share with you the workshop actually is organized with Abby, and it's for the state and Hawaii. Es para Estados Unidos y Hawaii. O sea, hicimos exactamente los horarios para que puedan seguir ellos.
Sí, aquí es el 1 de mayo de las 11 a la 1.
So save the date. It's the 1st of May. This is first an express workshop of only 2 hours, 11 o'clock Pacific time.
Y 8 horas de working workshop en follow-up, Saturday and Sunday, May 15 and 16, while 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Y tenemos,
es Pacific time.
Sí, tenemos aquí, voy a compartir.
Te lo voy a decir en español. Entonces, después hay un taller de 8 horas, mayo 15, 16, 22, de 11 a 2 de la tarde. Eso es hora de Pacífico. Eso es para Estados Unidos y Hawaii. Ah, qué bonito.
Sí, let's co-create a beautiful new education culture for all, for the future of humanity, for the planet, for you and I, for all the children of the world, and thus to come.
Oh. Co-creamos una nueva educación hermosa, una nueva cultura educativa para todos, para el futuro de la humanidad, para el planeta, para tú y yo, y para todos los niños del mundo y las niñas del mundo, y para los que están por venir. ¡Sí!
Sí, eso es, nos queda pues dejar nuestra huella y un buen ejemplo y una educación cuántica.
So to leave our footprint, our example, and to live a quantic education.
Y este es el workshop. Let's co-create a new and beautiful education. Happy children.
Wow, you're so smart. Eres tan inteligente, enseñaste el flyer.
Relaxed parents, fuller teachers, a new society and green planet.
Co-creamos una nueva y hermosa educación. ¿Qué dice debajo?
Dice, con niños felices, con padres relajados, con maestros preparados y una nueva educación y un planeta verde.
¡Wow! Sí, es sin estrés.
Sí, entonces el 1, 15, 16, 22 de mayo, y bueno, con Noemi Paimal, un exclusivo workshop.
Sí, parece lejos, pero el tiempo va tan rápido que mayo, 1 de mayo, es aquí a la vuelta. So this is the workshop in English, and it's going to be May 1st, 15, 16, and 22. It seems it's far away, but it's not. Time is flying by. So enjoy. It's I will post in our website in English, www.education3000.info. Actually, I have to do it tomorrow. I'm going to make a note. I repeat, www.education3000.info.
Así es, aquí abajito tenemos la website para que veas los horarios, los lugares y que esté todo listo y preparado. Bueno, Noé, y ahora nos vamos a Costa Rica.
¡Yuhu!
Con un joven talento.
Sí,
Él
¿no?
es Daniel Barahona, con su
So now we go
movimiento.
to Costa Rica with a wonderful young person. It's 15 years old. His name is Daniel Barahona, and he's leading the Youth Evolution.
Así es.
I have it here. 15 years old Youth Evolution leader is motivational, the motivation speaker, certified coach, #1 Amazon best-selling book. He's the author of the Youth Evolution, and he's only 15 years old. And you know what? He left school when he was 13. That means maybe that's why he's so bright. Quote, quote.
Yeah.
¿Lo digo en español?
Sí, por favor.
Años es el líder de Youth Evolution, es un public speaker, orador público de motivación, es un coach certificado, tiene un libro en Amazon que es un bestseller, sí, a sus 15 años, que se llama The Youth Evolution, la evolución de la juventud. Así que Daniel, además Daniel parece a mi segundo hijo, así que estoy loca por Daniel. Y es carismático. Así son los jóvenes de ahora. Bravo, Daniel. And, es bilingüe también. Bueno, él tiene tantas calidades. Tiene su YouTube. Puede ver todos sus videos de motivación en YouTube. You can see all his videos on motivation and personal development on YouTube. Just type Daniel Barahona.
Así
es. H-Jona.
Ahorita lo ponemos abajo. Vamos a ver el video.
Sí, cómo no.
Barahona, and it's wonderful. You won't believe me. He's 15 years old, right, Danny?
Yeah.
And he does so many things. So I'm so glad we finally have Danny in the marathon, and with all your message for the parents, the teachers, young people, and children, we are all together. Please, would you like to present yourself? I know you do many things. Your English is incredible. I couldn't believe it.
Thank you so much. No, I'm really grateful for being here. Really grateful to have this opportunity to share my message with more people and to make this world a better place for all of us. So my name is Daniel Barahona. I'm from Costa Rica. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a best-selling author of the book, The Real Success. I'm a certified coach, a quantum flow teacher. Quantum flow is a method that my dad created, a really good method that helps you. It's a manifestation method that helps you to manifest whatever you want, to feel like the best of yourself. I'm also creator of positive and motivational content. I love helping people, and I am a creator of the movement for kids and teenagers.
So what's the name of the movement?
Sorry, I forgot. for the movement for kids and teenagers, the Youth Evolution.
Youth Evolution.
Exactly.
And you are a singer, musician. What do you do?
Yeah, I'm a musician too. I play the drums. I'm starting to play the guitar, and I'm a singer.
Where can we listen to your songs?
So right now, my songs are not. I have one song coming soon, maybe next year on January. Sorry, can you hear me
Yeah,
all
this
right?
is much better. Yeah, please.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, my song is coming soon, maybe on January or December. I don't think so, but maybe January. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. You will tell us when the song is out.
Of course.
What's the song? What is the song about?
The song is about you can manifest whatever you want.
Yes.
So it's about you. Yeah, exactly. So you're capable of manifesting whatever you want. You are enough. You are who you think you are. So yeah, I'm really excited because it's a really good song, a really good rhythm, and I know that people will love it. And it's a really good way to get to help the people, to inspire them through a song.
Definitely. It's most powerful because it just catch you. We are going to make it viral, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
What about youth evolution? We are all into that now. We want to change everything. So tell us about this movement, and of course, the quantum teacher, everything you do, please.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm so sorry because of the sound. I hope you can hear me all right because it just started raining like 5 minutes ago. It was all sunny and it was beautiful, and now it's raining, and the monkeys are yelling, and it's crazy here in Costa Rica. The weather.
Daniel, as long as you keep the microphone, yes, like that, we are fine. Don't worry.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, so the youth evolution is a movement that I created for kids and teenagers, where it's like an online course, a platform where I upload videos constantly. I try to upload videos every week. There's new videos about everything, about love, attraction, about self-love, about how to stop comparing yourself with others, about how to manifest what you want, about the limiting beliefs, and how to let go of your limiting beliefs and start creating a new system of a new belief system that will help you to be whoever you want, that will help you to be unstoppable, that will help you to manifest whatever you want. So I try to talk about everything. I try to talk about the whole like outside world, but also the inside and how you can change your beliefs, fears, how to overcome your fears, insecurities, everything. And it's a really good way to help the kids and teenagers because it's a safe place where they're just only kids and teenagers. You go to a YouTube video and there might be like also adults and everything, but here is a community of just kids and teenagers from all over the world, of young people that want to evolve, of young people that will change the world. So yeah, that's the youth evolution. The youth evolution is a movement more than just an online course, or even more than just a movement. It's a family. It's the family of how I call it, the evolvers. The evolvers is people that want to evolve. It's people that are in this movement for kids and teenagers. So yeah, that's the youth evolution. And the videos, I make the videos in a really funny way where they can entertain themselves. Like a lot of people could even call it entertainment because you laugh, you have fun, and you also learn something. Because a lot of kids and teenagers waste all of their time just watching Netflix movies in Netflix, right, or YouTube videos, funny YouTube videos, and um, and having fun and everything, and that's good. But this is the same. You're having fun. It's also entertainment, but you're also learning something. So
And
yeah,
you grow.
it's the best
inside
movement. Yeah,
and
exactly.
outside. Where can we find your videos?
my videos, you can just look for the youth evolution in Safari in Google, and you will find it. It's like the third option or something. You will see like the youthevolution.net.
Okay, correct.
Or you can just go to my Instagram profile, and I have it there in my bio.
Perfect. What about education? What do we have to change all around the world?
Wow, well, education, there's many things to change.
I agree.
So, yeah, so many things. So that's why I got out of school when I was 13 years old, because I couldn't keep, well, my dad helped me a lot to realize that school, this education of today doesn't work, right? It's like they tell you that you're learning something that will help you to be successful. But then I see the majority of the people that went to school are not successful or even happy. It's incredible. They think that they will be successful and they will achieve all of these things. And then they even go to college, and then what? They go to, I don't know, to a normal job, and then they realize that it's not how it seemed to be, you know? So yeah, I think there's many things to change. Like they tell you that you're learning about that history or the story of your country and everything, but what they're doing, what you are doing is memorizing things. You know, you're not even learning things that will help you for your future, that will help you in your life to create a life that you love. So um so yeah, I think that we can, school needs to be more open instead of just by seeing the class, like the class where you go to, where you go and sit for 8 hours. I just see it. I see the whole school in the same color, right? It's just, for example, my school used to be white and blue. That was everything. And then the classes, everything is so square. Everything is like so mental, you know, so close to the new things, to the different things. It's so manipulated. And they just,
Manipulation.
exactly, yeah. So I believe just by seeing the classes, like the rooms where you go to learn, you know, just by seeing that, you can already feel the energy. You can already feel what is happening there, you know, that it's really close, and it all has to be like this. It all has to follow the system. And if it's not something related to the system, then it's a conspiracy theory. So it's not true. So it's fake. It's all fake. You know, so I think school needs to change in every way it's possible. Like start teaching more about your purpose, about health, about abundance, about how to connect with abundance, about stop comparing yourself to others, about self-love, about love in general, about relationships. There's so many things about spirituality, about that connection with God or the universe, however you call it, you call that energy. So all of these things that will really help you in your life. And yeah, I think we really need to update this school system, the education of today, because everything has evolved, everything has changed. For example, you see the cars of 200 years ago, and the cars that I don't think there were even cars, or just 100 years ago, and you can see the difference from a car of 100 years ago and a car of today. The car of today is so modern, and like it can even drive itself, and it's so cool, you know. And then you see the difference between a lot of things that have changed, but then you see the school, and it's been the same school, the same system of, I don't know, it's the same as 100 years ago, 200 years ago. It's the same. It hasn't changed. So yeah, I really think we need to change the school of today, and you know, it's so important, because if we change the school and the college and all of these things, the humanity which will change, because we will create leaders. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, what I believe is that if we change the school and high school and everything, it will change the whole world. It will make this world a better place for all of us, because it's where we go to learn, you know, and what we learn, we put in practice in our life. So if we learn how to be a leader, if we learn in school how to connect with the purpose, how to be more connected to God or to the universe, you know, it will help you in life, and it will create a new humanity. So yeah, it's really important. It's really important to change the education system.
We all agree. We all agree. What about manifestation? Do you give class videos? You said about quantum approach as well.
Yeah, quantum flow. Well,
quantum
right
flow,
now I don't have
right?
any online courses. Yeah, exactly. Right now I don't have any courses, I don't have any online courses or videos, but I really want to start creating quantum flow sessions, you know, because I've done a lot of these sessions of quantum flow for free, and I've seen the results of these people and how it changed their lives by just doing quantum flow for 10 minutes. It's incredible. So yeah, so for now, no, but I believe in the future. I really want to, maybe next year. Well, next year for sure.
Yeah, next year is in 30 days. Daniel, would you like to send a message in Spanish? ¿Quieres mandar un mensaje en español a toda la gente de América Latina que nos está escuchando?
Claro, claro, sí, aquí en español.
Por favor. Un mensaje de Costa Rica.
No, demasiado feliz, la verdad es que mi mensaje para todos es: recuerda que tú eres quien tú crees que eres. Si tú crees que no eres suficiente, entonces no te vas a sentir suficiente. Si tú crees que no lo vas a lograr, entonces no lo vas a lograr. Si tú crees que no eres confiado a ti mismo, por más que quieras ser confiado a ti mismo, pero crees que no lo eres, entonces no vas a ser confiado a ti mismo. Por más trabajo exterior, por más trabajo duro que hagas en el exterior, si tu interior sigue con las mismas creencias sobre ti mismo, sobre el mundo, si sigues con los mismos miedos, con las mismas inseguridades, si sigues con la misma mentalidad, entonces vas a seguir atrayendo los mismos resultados y vas a seguir vas a seguir estancado. Entonces, cambia tu interior, cambia tus creencias, la manera en la que te ves a ti mismo, la manera en la que ves el mundo, todas las relaciones, digamos, todo aspecto de tu vida, el dinero, todo, la salud, las relaciones, el amor, todo, y el exterior cambiará. Así es.
Cambiará, claro que sí. No puedo creer que se fue el tiempo. ¡Ah, no! Oye, todo el mundo, seguir a Youth Evolution. ¿Tú lo tienes en español?
The Youth Evolution, pero ahora es en inglés. Sin English for
siguen a
now.
Youth Evolution en inglés y aprende tu inglés al paso. Estamos con Daniel Barajo. Es que we need English. Necesitamos el inglés, así que aprovechelo. Aprendes inglés. It's fun. Aprendes a manifestar y a ser tú mismo. Aprendes a estar en red. Aprendes los nuevos tiempos. Así es. O si no, tipea Daniel Barahona con H-O-N-A. Y ya, por favor, conseguir esta masa crítica. Dani, es un honor.
Sí,
Casi
me pueden
voy a
encontrar
llorar. No quiero
ahora.
llorar frente a la cámara, pero es exactamente lo que vibra dentro de nosotros, en el corazón, en el alma, a todos niveles, y es tiempo. Es tiempo, es tiempo. Estábamos al borde de un gran desastre.
Y como yo creo, totalmente de acuerdo, y me encanta todo lo que compartiste y toda tu misión, además, con este proyecto tan lindo de querer ayudar, digamos, evolucionar este sistema de educación. Me parece demasiado lindo, y que estés trayendo a otros profesores, a otros jóvenes, a otras personas a compartir su perspectiva también, y así poder hacer este mundo mejor. Me encanta tu misión, me encanta lo que estás haciendo, te agradezco demasiado. Y nada, un gran abrazo a todos, de verdad, muchas gracias. Estoy muy, muy agradecido de poder tener esta oportunidad, de haber tenido esta oportunidad de compartir este mensaje con más personas, ¿verdad? Porque la verdad es que no me importa si lo ven 10 personas, o 100, o 1000. Con impactar una sola persona, para mí ya es suficiente. Y eso es lo que amo hacer. Así que súper agradecido.
Y se multiplica y mucho, y en muchos niveles. Gracias a ti, que te vayas súper, súper, requete bien. Estamos en contacto. Y a ver, Facebook, email, algo para... Todos van a pedir ahora.
Claro, sí, estoy por todo lado, me pueden encontrar como Daniel Barahona, me pueden encontrar, bueno, busquen en Google o en Safari, y ya me pueden encontrar mis redes sociales, o mi podcast, en todas las redes sociales, me busquen como Daniel Barahona y me van a encontrar.
Entonces, apunte todos, tomen foto, lo vamos a poner aquí. Daniel Barahona, B de bueno, A-R-A-H-O-N-A, Daniel Barahona. You type, you get the number, we add all together. You get all the contacts. You take care. Gracias, 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 gracias.
Muchas gracias, mucho amor, un abrazo.
Ay, qué lindo. Un saludo muy especial para Dani, que tuvimos también en el programa de P3000, 4000, 5000 en el mundo, en inglés y en español.
Yeah, we have sorry. we have another video of Daniel in Spanish in the previous marathons. And at the end, I apologize, it was in Spanish. We switched to Spanish, but basically it was saying, you are what you believe you are. So be careful, it's all here.
Así es, tú eres quien crees que eres. Qué lindo, ¿eh? De verdad, bueno, hola, escuchando a este chico jovencito, ahora muy despierto y sintonizado con su ser.
Así es.
Sí, de verdad es
que... Ponle otra vez y luego lo puedo traducir. Ahora lo tengo. Hearing to this young guy, and is very awake and very synchronized with his being, inner being. María Luz Chambra, Inglaterra.
Y de verdad que, pues, gran compromiso de este jovencito con su gran movimiento.
That a lot of compromiso. No sé cómo traducir compromiso.
Responsibility, su responsabilidad con el movimiento.
That is great responsibility with this movement to use evolution. And,
bueno, dice, aprendiendo con diversión.
And to learn with fun learning.
Y otro más que dice que el sistema educativo tiene que actualizarse.
And there's one more person saying that definitely education system has to update itself.
Y a lo largo de estos maratones, tanto jovencitos como profesores nuevos, profesores experimentados, profesores, todos dicen lo mismo. El sistema
the young people and the teachers with so much experience as well, all of us, all of them, we say the same. We have to change that. Quick, fast, urgent.
Y es por eso que tenemos 50 años, 50 programas para lograrlo.
And that's why we have this program. It's called 50 programs, 50 years to get this goal, to do it.
Y tiene subtítulos en inglés.
So we have the video in Spanish with English subtitle, and that the 50 programs of education on 3000. Yes?
Perdón, está en inglés con subtítulos en español.
Backwards. It's in English with subtitles in Spanish. Thank you, Karina.
Welcome to the presentation, Education 3000. Tomorrow's education today. 50 programs, 50 years. To co-create an educational platform with the new post-2020 paradigms. New paradigms post-2020. Consciousness, peace and joy. It allows the integral development of the human being and of the new society in all its fullness. The goal is to create a totally new educational ecosystem of mutual learning that is cooperative, comprehensive, proactive, multicultural, ecological, humane, caring, and fun, aiming that way at a new society and a deep culture of peace. How will we do this? With the 8 platform axes. Research new paradigms, Sister School Network, 13 Pillar Society, Education's 3000 International Network, Dissemination, Training Counseling, Peace Programs. All this forms the Coordination International of Communication, the 8 platform axes. 50 programs, 50 years. Number 1, research new paradigms. Quantum neuropedagogy. Number 2, Sister School Network. New curriculum, new methodologies, Architecture 3000, 4000, 5000, 7-petal schools, and others. Number 3, 13 Pillar Society. Eco, Edu, Smart Cities, Ecological, Holistic, and Great Personal Development. 13 Pillar Society. In the 7-petal school, the blue petal is physical and kinesthetic development. In the 13-petal society, it is sports and health, especially preventive health. In the 7-petal school, yellow petal is articulated cognitive development. In the 13-petal society, it is sciences and technology, high-tech, low-tech, and integral education. Pink petal is social development, solidarity, geopolitics, cultures, multiculturalism, peace culture, social sciences, and justice, ethics. The white petal is aesthetic development, beauty, geometry, and bioarchitecture. Renovated arts, urbanism, and bioarchitecture. The green petal is ecological development and clean energy systems. Conscious nutrition, conscious agriculture, alternative energy, discontamination, non-polluting advances technologies. The red petal is productive development, fair economy. In the 7-petal school, violet petal is personal development, and in the 13-petal society, it is personal and transcendental development. 50 programs, 50 years. Number 4, dissemination. Editorial, AV, Games 3000, digital platform, radio, TV, and movies with our own characters, Anku and Anka. Number 5, trainings, counseling, academies and trainings, Educational Innovation Secretary. Number 6, International Network. Number 7, Coordination. Network bioregion. We have 9 bioregions. Number 1, Central America and South America. Number 2, United States and Canada. Number 3, Europe. Number 4, Middle East. Number 5, Africa. Number 6, Russia. Number 7, India. Number 8, Asia, China. Number 9, Australia and New Zealand. 9 bioregions. United Teams of Education, 3000 International Network. Number 8, Peace Programs. There are many children refugees around the world. That is why we have created a social pedagogy and post-trauma program. 50 programs, 50 years. For more information, www.education3000.info. Thank you.
Gracias, gracias Regina que nos ayudó con su voz a hacer
Thank you,
este
Regina,
video.
for your voice. She's es tu prima, ¿no?
Mi sobrina.
Tu sobrina, ¿cuántos años tiene?
Tiene 13 años,
Wow.
pero es brillante, habla inglés, español, turco, gana premios de matemáticas,
It's my niece, and she's 13 years old, and she's brilliant, and she speaks English, Spanish, Turkish.
Sí, hace taekwondo o karate.
She
Bueno,
does
hacen muchas cosas.
karate. She's
Bueno, y
incredible.
pronto la van a conocer porque va a estar aquí en el festival.
And soon you will know her
Internacional
because she will be
Juvenil.
in the festival. What's the name of the festival? ¿Cómo se llama el festival?
Se llama Youth Festival.
Youth Festival. El
Así
festival
es.
de los jóvenes.
Y queremos invitarte a que seas parte
And
de
we
este
want to invite
festival.
you to be part of this festival.
Porque en la mayoría de los festivales se presenta quien toca mejor la guitarra, el violín.
Usually in the festival, we show, or people show who's the best, or the genius, or playing violin, always the best.
Pero en este festival queremos que nos enseñes lo que estás haciendo ahora.
We will show what the young people are doing right now.
Y entonces tenemos investigadores, cocineros, genios, de todas las áreas.
Of every area. From every area.
Sí, y es por eso que a través de este festival estamos también lanzando Make the Viral.
And through this festival, we are launching this campaign called Make It Viral. It is time to change education.
Sí, es tiempo de cambiar la educación y es por eso que también estamos haciendo el llamado para que con este tipo de maratón, con actividades que tú estés haciendo y con pequeños videos, podamos tocar esas fibras sensibles para cambiar la educación.
So with all this marathon, with everything you do, and with short videos, we can make it viral and create awareness all around the world. Yes, it's time.
Porque, ya lo dijimos ayer.
And that's why we said it yesterday.
Tenemos el poder cambiarlo todo.
We have the power to change it all. To change it all.
Keep true to yourself.
Oh, sea fiel a tu propia verdad. Keep true to yourself.
Creer en tu corazón y lo harás.
Believe in your heart and you will do it.
Y por ahí nos dijeron que no hay límite, que el cielo es el límite y dijeron, no, está muy cerquita,
And
el
we said yesterday
universo.
that the sky is the limit. No, it's not true. The sky is not the limit. The universe is the limit. And maybe there is no limit.
Y este es el teléfono al que te puedes comunicar si es que quieres ser parte de este movimiento y si quieres participar en el Festival de Jóvenes.
So if you want to be part of the festival, be part of this movement. And this is the phone number. This is a WhatsApp of Karina. 60617.
En México.
That's Mexico.
Bueno, Noé, pues hemos llegado con 5 horas 40 minutos, casi al final de esta transmisión.
Of our 9th marathon, el número 9.
Y no sé si vaya a haber un 10 o un 11, por eso es que no digo que es el último maratón. La verdad es que no lo creo.
Nunca hay que decir el último. So Karina is saying, I don't want to say it's the last one. Maybe we have 10, 11. It's never the end.
Gracias por estar aquí y por compartir. Por favor, suscríbete a nuestras redes sociales. Estamos en Facebook, estamos en YouTube. Y así más personas pueden tener estas herramientas.
YouTube ¿y qué?
Y así, cuando tú le das like o posteas a alguien, puede tener estas herramientas.
And when you do like and then you share, you have access automatically to all these tools.
Gracias a todo el equipo de estrategia comunicacional que estuvo atrás de bambalinas, a Lorena, a María Isabel.
Thank you to the whole team of communication team of Education 3000, Lorena, María Isabel, and everybody.
Gracias. Gracias, Noé.
Gracias a ti. Thank you.
Dice Silvia Lujano, wow, qué magnífico maratón. Felicidades y mil gracias.
What a wonderful marathon. Congratulations and many, many thanks. Thousands of thanks.
Os felicito, excelente trabajo. Yo comparto.
Congratulations, excellent job. I share. I will share. I'm sharing.
Gracias. Y te recuerdo la página de nosotros que nos puedes encontrar en español, www.p3000.info.
So this is a website in Spanish, p3000.info.
Uy, traduces muy rápido.
Okay, www.p3000.info.
Y aquí abajo está el Facebook, si es que nos estás viendo en YouTube, Noemi Paimal Oficial.
So Noemi Paimal Official is the Facebook. This is in Spanish. The Facebook in English is Education 3000, 4000, 5000. Education always with 3 O's.
Y Mercedes, muchas gracias. Todo hermoso. Qué lindo poder crear juntos y juntas la nueva educación.
Thank you very much. That's hermoso. That's beautiful. It's nice to be able to create this new education all together. That's the trick, all together. Thank you, Mercedes.
Así es. Y bueno, Noé, ¿algo que quieras agregar antes de irnos?
No, I'm going to be sad. No, we can't be sad. We are so happy to go on and on and on. We will have many events this year. We have the architects in 1 month. We have the youth festival We are live on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. And we have events all the time. So we keep in touch.
Estamos los lunes, los miércoles, los jueves, los domingos en vivo. Manténganse en contacto porque también tenemos el Simposium de Arquitectos y también está en español y en inglés.
Sí, aquí que no es el
Sí.
fin del maratón. This is not the end of the marathon. It's the beginning of chanting the word. As Daniel was saying, we change education, we change the world. Yes. And
Así es.
actually like that. Change oneself, change education, change the world. Cámbiate a ti mismo, cambia la educación, cambia el mundo. Así, en este orden. Sí.
Así es. Y te esperamos, save the date, Simposium de Arquitectura, 26, 27 y 28 de marzo del 2021 en inglés. Y en español, 16, 17, 18 de abril.
Y va a ser algo de arquitectura 3.000, 4.000, 5.000, con muchas cosas para las escuelas, para los ambientes educativos. Green Architecture, que se llama arquitectura verde. Eco Edu Smart Cities, ciudad ecológica, inteligente, educación, mezclando la educación. Tenemos Parametric Architecture, arquitectura paramétrica. Y geometría sagrada, así que habrá mucha información.
Así es, y bueno, pues también hay seminarios, talleres, hologramas por Óscar Senmache. Desde ayer empezó, 28 de febrero, 6 y 7 de marzo. Y bueno, pues gracias. Tenemos diplomado de autoconocimiento y sanación con mandalas. 16 de marzo por Ivette Carrión y Vero Caraza. Bueno, pues.
Workshop in Spanish, that's why I didn't translate, but it's about sacred geometry. And ¿me puedes enseñar el último?
Sí.
And self-knowledge and healing.
Así es. Bueno, Noé, pues, gracias por este compartir, gracias a todos los invitados, gracias a Laura Andrade, que estuvo aquí en la parte de la traducción y en el acompañamiento. Muchísimas gracias a ti, que sin ti no hubiera maratón.
Así es. Y mira, Laura de Colombia, Karina de México, yo estoy en Bolivia. Somos un solo mundo, we are one world.
Así es. Por eso se llamó así el maratón 8 y 9. Nos vemos hasta pronto.
Nos vemos.
Muy feliz.
See you.